Hello, welcome. All right, I'm gonna just start beating. We got some watermelons to get done today. I don't have enough time for all of this. Oh, I think I need to change my light settings. It's a bit overblown, aren't I? Okay, one sec. One day I'll have a nice camera. Today is not that day. C920 just can't handle the beads, man. Alright, what do I need to knock down? Boop. Want the exposure? Yeah, that's good. Okay. I had a feeling I was too bright. Okay, I'm here. Welcome. How are you guys? What are you up to? I am making watermelon loom bracelets, as you can see. I've got 2 here. These aren't watermelons, they're just themed that way. I usually make an actual fruit piece or 2 for each theme day, and then using those same colors I have geometric designs that I just work up, because it doesn't benefit me to warp the loom unless I'm going to make more than one piece. I'm not going to do it for one bracelet unless it's the entire length or like half the length of this. That, it just gives me lots of options, and it doesn't take much more time to weave other bracelets than it does to just weave the one. Like a little, yeah, it does, but it's more effort to just individually warp it. Whatever. So I have another one over here. It's going to be, where's my pattern? Here it is. It's going to be alternating slice bracelet. So there'll be triangles facing opposite directions. And then, like, you can see here, that'll be this section. And then this section will be just 2 beads across, 2 beads wide. I don't know. Haven't decided on that one yet. Could just be stripes or blocks. I don't know. I'm getting a little tired of the alternating stripes up the way. So I change it up every now and then. And eventually, you know, you hit on something that people like, and then you make more of that. That's how this goes. Desky, another Pearl stream too in a whole week. What's going on? I'm gonna try to stick to my Tuesday, Thursdays. Thought my Instagram was being weird. Glomp! Queen Home Slice, hello, welcome. Hey Maggie, how are you doing? What are you guys up to today? No, your Instagram is not being weird. Although, that wouldn't be out of the ordinary, would it? You're doing good, Maggie? Good to hear, good to hear. I got glomped by Queen Home Slice. All the glomping back. Okay, I need down here, but I'm like more following my pattern from prior rows than I am looking at the thing. Is this boop, my graph paper? This is 4 or 5 and an inch, so it's still not quite as small as I like for graph paper. I like 8 squares per inch, but have a hard time finding that in person, and I forget to shop online. But this is in a little not notebook. It's just like a little loose leaf booklet. It's got kitty on the front. If you guys, it's probably backwards anyway, but it's Russian. It's not backwards on this one though. This was sent to IXO from his pen pal in Russia, who is an exchange student that went to his high school, and they've been in contact forever. But yeah, she sends things every now and then, and sometimes they're useful to me. Like the last graph paper notebook I had was from her as well. Apparently this product comes in many animals. Watermelon, so cute, dude. Nice shirt. My shirt? It's just stripies. It's just stripies. Just colorful. I like the colors. Just blue, orange, yellow combos are nice anyway. But yeah, so I ran out of space in my little notebook, and so I have this one now. I draw bigger patterns with colored pencils. Just, it's nice. It's gonna be the bracelet right next to it. Will be the watermelons going this way. All right, what am I doing? Yay, yay, all the colors. How is everybody? Is anybody working on any project today? Want to know? I want to know the details. Want to know the details. Okay, you can just, it might just be out of screen. This is the important part anyway. You guys know that. I like having the beads in view, but it's not always possible, especially when there's bigger tools involved. If I had a fancier camera setup, it would be different. I could have it all in view, I think. Don't know. Just work a lurking. Nope, just dumb work. Everybody's work lurking. Oh, I'm sorry. It's no fun. My job hunt is going slowly myself, so 6, 7. I managed yesterday to get a application in for a virtual teaching job based out of San Francisco, actually, for crafts, for an arts and crafts education center, I suppose is what the best description of them is. They teach workshops. They've always taught workshops, but they've expanded digitally since the pandemic, which is nice. I have another one in mind, but it looks like they still, even with their virtual workshops, they still work out of office, which is in Austin, which I could move to Austin, but I don't know that I want to stay in Texas, you know, like Austin, Houston, Dallas, I think is where they're based out of. Which I don't know that I want. I know I don't want to. Like, if they let me do it virtually, that'd be one thing, but I don't want to stay here. So no. Not happening. Gonna be right back, Queen Home Slice. Okay. Alrighty, alright. 3. Black. Red. I just want to double check that your row is correct. My other green ones fell over here. Row is correct. Slide it down. If you're doing multiple bracelets, make sure to come up in between the correct warps so that you're not caught around anything. Otherwise, you have to backtrack. You scooch each bead into its place. The more precise the beads, the better they line up without you really having to do much. Go back through the row on top of these threads instead of underneath. If you go underneath, then the beads will pop out of place weird. Like, they'll still stay there, but they'll be like one jutting up above the rest of the surface, or below, depending on which way you're holding it. It's weird. Hello, Fluffy Bear. Hi. How are you doing? I think looming would be relaxing. It is. And like Pretzel Rocks has the ambient music station on. It's nice. It's relaxing. It's also one of those brainless crafts, especially if like your pattern is easy or repetitive. 5, 6, 7. I made this one slightly more difficult on myself in that the watermelon seeds don't fall in quite a repetitive pattern like you see them happening other places, but I didn't want it to look like anyone else's. I wanted it to look like mine. I made the slices feel more random. You can still see that there's repeats, you know. But overall, just at a glance, it's like definitely much more staggered, which I like. And that's how I graphed this guy too, is with the dots in all sorts of weird places. So I just don't like watermelons that look too uniform, because that's not how they are in real life, you know? Like, sure, the shape can be, but the dots, no. Dawn, hi! Long time no see, right? It's been forever, guys. Like, I haven't seen you since, like, an hour ago. That is so long. That's too long. You need to stay in touch better. I love you guys. You're fun. Light green, 4 red, 1 black, 2 red. Ah! No! Escapees! No! They tried to run away. It was a jailbreak. I love it. I love being part of a community, right? Yes. Too long since you've seen me? 2 years already? Yes. Yes. Is it 2 years? Yeah, just over. That's not fair. That's not cool. At least it's not 9 yet, but like last time. But still. You can guarantee that if we end up moving to the Northeast, I'm staying with you for a little while. A day or so, or 2, or I don't know how long the move will take, but like, I'm gonna visit people I love along the way. And people I probably should see too, just cause, but. Oh snaps, did we both know about a mirror stream? Oh no. Nah. You gotta go where you gotta go. Do what you gotta do. Everybody's understanding usually, so. Oh, I guess we did. Sorry, VP's my fave. I hit miss in her. My fave for a certain reason. You're my favorite. I wouldn't miss any of your streams either if you streamed. You know that. Guess we did. BK, I just started. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry your phone didn't alert you. Was it Discord or Twitch that failed too? Boop. Desky, yeah, all of my family is in Tennessee. Every single one of them. Like, my mom and all 5 of my siblings all live there. I love my mom. I really, really, really love my mom. We don't agree on everything. Get along good, though. And then I get along with 2 out of my 5 siblings. The level-headed ones, of course. The other 3 are... 2 of them are fine. The third one is... I have not seen him in years. Much longer than the others. Yeah, 13 minutes, BK. Yeah, no worries. Good. Not super late. Nah, just started. Love me here above VP. I had to get ready for stream. I didn't even stay long enough to like follow. I'm so sad. It's one of the things that stinks about Twitch. Yeah. You do have to make decisions. It's okay. Didn't see it from either. Oh no. It went to my Discord, but that doesn't mean you saw it. It just means that I saw it. I feel like I need to make more Twitch accounts and have 2 windows open and watch multiple people when 2 people are on. It's okay. It happens. Tuesday, Thursday seems to be really busy for some reason. Like, It's just what was convenient for me at the time, but like I have to make lots of decisions between streamers on Tuesday, Thursdays. I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry, person, but I only have attention for one. Home slice. If you have two separate devices, you can use the same account. Ooh, didn't know that. Just open two browser windows. No point in making two accounts unless you watch on mobile. Yeah, I have two browsers open, you know, when I'm like, ooh, what's this person up to? But I'm still like invested in one. Got two streams up on the same account right now. Nice. Right now I am on desktop. All right. Also, I don't think Twitch nixes your view until you have 3 streams open. I wouldn't know. But I can believe them doing that. I wouldn't make sense. I do it all the time. Just don't mute the stream. You're not watching. Just turn down the sound very low and it'll still count your view. Because otherwise, if you mute the stream, then you can't be advertised to. And if you can't be advertised to, Twitch doesn't want you as a viewer. Like, that's kind of how it goes. Yeah, very low. Even with 3, I don't know. Usually have one on my tablet or phone and the other on desktop. I only watch one person at a time, guys. My brain does not have the bandwidth. Like, I don't like following 2 conversations at once. Like, that's no. Like, yes, my view count does help and count, but at the same time, like, unless I'm soon planning to switch to somebody else, there's no reason for me to want, personally, to have 2 streams open at the same time. Unless I'm literally just checking to see what somebody's doing and if it's more in line with how I'm feeling, you know, because I'll switch to like somebody more energetic if I need to absorb energies from people, or somebody more chill if I need to like chill out. But other than that, My needle is stuck in the stitching. Help. Oh no. Be right back. What did you do, Dawn? Do you have pliers? You could try to pull it through, but you can potentially break a bead that way. You could try to also use the pliers to help back it out of a bead. Oh wait, no, are you cross stitching? Okay. I don't know how to help you there. The same might apply, I guess. Don't know. Ooh. I love this red. If anybody wants to know what this red is, it is an older thing I ordered because I don't have a number on it. It was Fire Mountain Gems. I did order the 50-gram package. It is a Duracoat color. I remember it being called Candy Apple Red. So it's Delica 2 something. 2134 is the Delphinium Blue. So like 21 something more than likely. But it's Duracoat Candy Apple Red. The naming devices don't like always translate between companies. Some companies keep the names across the board, some companies rename them. It really depends on what else they have in stock. You pulled super hard. You got it to its party. It's a very nice red. I really, really love it. And like, it's a little brighter on camera right now than in real life, but it's kind of that medium deep red. Like it's not just red opaque in your face. It's muted down a little, but given a little more like depth. I don't know. The Duracoat colors, they do something to the beads that just like gives it depth, gives it like substance almost. It's like a cadmium. Yeah, kind of like a cadmium red. That makes sense. Whereas like the original like reds are closer to like vermilion, which is like red, just in your face. Like, nah, I'm good. Not that I don't love that, but this is my go-to red. And I have about 25 grams left. This will hold 50. Which is part of why I like these container sets, is because the big ones compared to the little ones will hold 9 grams, maybe 10. The medium size will hold about 20, and the big ones will hold 50. Okay, so like, I don't know what else is going on in my life. This is for Watermelon Fest. I'm hoping I'll get this one woven on stream, finished for sure. I'm hoping to finish the other two, if not on stream, later tonight. At least the weaving portion, taking it off the loom, might not happen tonight. It might happen late tomorrow. Because tomorrow I plan on spending part of my day at least filming a tutorial for, oh, where's he at? It's over there. Let me get it. Ooh. I'm gonna show you. Because if I say it on stream, it's gonna happen, right? So let me find it. So a couple weeks ago, guys, I had a really intense commission experience. Mostly just the customer knew what she wanted and what she didn't want, and it's the first time I've experienced that in a while. So let me get the loom out of the way for now. But her piece is now gone, but these are the second and third that I made in this design. Back. Ember says hi. Hello, Ember. Alright. And so I can't get too close without it going out of focus. But what it is these are gem duo beads. I thought they were diamond duos. I was totally wrong. Same shape, different faceting. So diamond duos will work. I don't know how it looks though, because I don't have any. Gem duos in your color of choice. I only have white left to make a project with. I have 3 blue. Do these guys. It's reversible. There's a button on the front. You have super duos as the spikes on the sides. You've got delicas, and you have these are demi rounds. These are Toho demi rounds, which are the width of a size 15 bead and the height of a size 11. So they're skinny. OMG, I need. This is your fault, Dawn. You and Sapphire and Saren and anybody else who pestered me into doing a tutorial. I'll do it for you guys, especially after this last week, as a huge thank you. It will be available on YouTube because I have not YouTubed yet. So this will be my first YouTube tutorial. But yeah, here's what the component looks like. It is reversible. Changing up the colors, color balance obviously changes up what it looks like. So I think I'm gonna imitate this color balance. Wait, no, I'm gonna imitate the original, which was just 3 colors. 4 colors is a bit too much, I think, for this project. I did very well getting them to work in these, but it was hard. That one's still available? This one? No. Well, I don't know. Give me a little while. This one is still available. For sure. This one has been claimed by my collector, and she's one of those that I don't see her all the time. But if she says she wants something, then she pays for it. But she won't do commissions ahead of time. And I make very few exceptions for people I know well for that, Ooh, tubes, because she liked the earrings and she wanted me to finish the necklace to match, and I hadn't finished the necklace at the time. Because these are the matching earrings for the piece, and then the little links all the way up the side match the super duos with the colors of the seed beads themselves all the way up the edge. And they also match the little sections in here, so ta-da! Exciting YouTubes. I'm trying. I'm getting there. I just need to I don't know what it is, but pre-recording things is weirder to me than live streaming. Live streaming is fine, but that's because I've been doing it for 3 years. Sleeping Luna Designs. I have not YouTubed yet, both of us, crying on the inside that we need to do more just to make it work. No. I don't know. I've wanted to for a while. I just am slow to act, but that's okay. I get everything I want done in the end anyway. I don't rush my work. I go at the pace that I can. Dawn, yeah. So I have an intense desire for the one with the flower button. Okay, yeah. This one is still available for sale. I have not finished it. Hello. All the hellos. How are you guys doing? All right. It's good to see you, Liz. All right, Fluffy Bear. Did you get the Annie's mac and cheese recommendation? Gotcha. Good, gluten-free and is super good. Yes, apparently Annie's mac and cheese is very good and something you can eat, Liz. Yes, the one I want is the one that is not claimed by your client. Okay, good. Hi, Rita. How are you today? I see you there. Had them a long time ago, but not recently. I'll have to try again. Take a look at Wow Baking Company. Their cookies are beyond incredible. Grabby hands, if you will. All the dibs. We have parrots in chat. All right, you know how to get a hold of me if you're serious. If this is a serious inquiry, you know how to get a hold of me. We've played this game before. But yeah, so this one is the finished version, and before it goes out the door, I would like to use it as a reference for a new piece, which will be done with, if I have the gold over here. I don't. I don't know where the super duos keep going off to. I think I keep putting them away for some reason. Anyway, I do still have some gold super duos, and I have the gold demi rounds. And I have just enough gem duos left to make it work. And I have, this is a glass button. Got a little flower in it. Little flower detail, the petals overlap. There you go. Little sparkly in the middle. Looks like a little faceted rhinestone. That's just been glued on there. The great thing about glass buttons is the shanks are part of the mold and won't ever break off. Unless you are mean. You gotta be really mean to your work for that to happen. Anyway, so I'm gonna start working on filming that tomorrow. Learn how to be a tutorial person. Maybe go back to my old blog and do some easy, basic tutorials there. Have all my most of my advanced projects still be PDF purchasable format. Don't know. We'll see what happens. Been thinking a lot this week because of stuff happening. So yeah, there's the earrings, there's the necklace. Gonna be fun times. Saturated color boxes. I don't know what you're talking about. Foods? Alright, so back to the watermelons as I catch up on chat. Oh no! Walmart has really good gluten-free shells and cheese. It's like a Velveeta equivalent. It's awesome. Oh my gosh. Man, I love Velveeta. At least I think I do, and then every time I try it, it tastes like plastic. But I still want to love Velveeta. Probably not. I think I had a frozen one. Okay. Guess I get to go to the store. Ooh. Immediately eats over to Discord DMs. Oh geez. 4 notifications already. Let me know for both of the Crafty Day and Discord. Excited to see your new projects. Yes. That's these guys. And then I've made like a ton of the small bracelets as well in the last month. Like I made a lot of stuff this last month, guys. Like a lot of stuff. And I've sold so many things too, which is good. It's great. 4, 5, 6, 7. Like I had a guy last Saturday. He was at the market. He almost looked like he was going to walk right past my booth, and then just something caught his eye. Still not sure what it was, but I think it was more of his own thought process stopped him, because it looked like an oh yeah, and then he came over and he looked at my booth and he chatted with me for a while, and he's obviously on the hunt for something for somebody, and so I asked, and it was his daughter, his like 17-year-old daughter, and he was looking for something for her, didn't know what she'd like. Usually when they don't know what they like, they take a card and they go away, and I don't ever see them again, or at least not for a while. But this time, he kept looking after he took my card, and he was really debating it, like what would she like, and then he ended up getting like one of my nice bracelets, like a $90 bracelet for her. It's like, dude, what? Who are you and where did you come from? You like made my day, dude. And like that was one of the pieces I made it fairly recently. Like anything within the last 2 years is recent to my brain. Because sometimes things have to be held on to until the right person finds them. And then when the right person does find them, it's just like gone out the door, almost like instantly. It's great. I feel like, no, have I gotten the pattern right so far? Yeah, looks like. Wow, nice. I just finished a watermelon earring. Yay! Sweet. Awesome. I haven't mailed your tutorial yet. I keep meaning to. I'm so sorry, Rita, but it is on the way. I have apologies. I will get it to you. So happy you've had some sales success. Yeah, like, I don't know. I still have like this weird feeling that a lot of them are from out of town. But that's not true, because like my smaller sale of the day, which ended up being like a Christmas tree pendant, went to a lady who's been working in the ISG for like ever. And like teachers are, guys, I don't think you understand, but like teachers, almost regardless of what they teach, but more specifically like English teachers, bar none, are like some of my best customers. Teachers are like some of my best customers, and the topics they teach vary all over the place, and the age ranges they teach vary all over the place, but like they're some of the best appreciators of fine arts that I have ever seen. And my mom has confirmed this too, because a lot of her customer base are teachers all throughout the years. No, don't worry. Okay. I'm getting that out the door as soon as I can, though. Now that a few things have settled down and I have a minute to spare, that's one of those mailing things out is stuff I do like in the evening. In the evening or on non-stream days. I'm gonna catch up with you guys here in a sec. I need more red here in a second too. Dawn can confirm. Liz, teachers are a huge word of mouth sales group. They are. Mine too. Friends here, have a lovely day. Okay, have a lovely day, Fluffy Bear. Enjoy. Goodbye, Fluffy Bear. Yeah. Have a good time with your friend. Bye-bye, bye-bye. I think teachers often know how much art can impact kids and how important creativity is. Yes. And being involved in the humanities does that as well. Yes. And I think also just the general appreciation for other people's work, because that's one of the fields that is very, very well known for being underpaid and underappreciated as well. So I think teachers appreciating the arts is akin to like former food service workers being the best tippers. Like, I've been there, I know what it's like, that kind of sentiment, but also the appreciation is just there. Like, it just exists. Alright, I've got more red over here. I think you're 1,000% right. Yes. Queen Home Slice, if you had to guess which teacher bought the most of my work while we were in high school, you would be correct. Do you know who it is? Yes, Mrs. Womble. How'd you know? How did you know? Rita, I was a teacher and I know. Thank you for being amazing. All teachers are amazing. I am a different type of teacher. I don't want to teach grade school, but like I do want to teach this craft specifically. Queen Home Slice, I didn't need to think hard on that one. No, you didn't. Yeah. Wombles are my best customers a lot of times. That's a weird sentence I didn't even know I was going to say today. Wombles. Dawn. My first start was selling my stuff in schools. Snack Shack. Okay. Most of my clients were the teachers and faculty. Of course. That's how it goes. Bless the Wombles of the world. I wonder how she's doing these days. Do you have any idea? I have not looked into that, reached out, snooped or nothing. Just hope she's all right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know that Mrs. Beams, I think, went back to teaching college. But I'm glad to have had her as a biology teacher. Like, she was the best. She was so cool. Bless the Wombles of the world. What would we do without them, guys? Bless the Wombles. Bless the Ritas. Anybody else who's a teacher in chat, let me know. Or has been. My mom is a teacher. Does that count? Yes. Bless your mother. She's amazing. One of my uncles is a professor. He teaches engineering. I think I messed up. Well, no, I just didn't count right. Same thing. Need a black bead. I've miscounted. But, not too bad. Yeah, my uncle is a professor of engineering. There was one day when I was in high school and telling him about my like advanced classes I was taking. He sat me down and he tried to teach me how to do some of his math, and it was so above my head. Like, I literally tried to understand, and I could not fathom it. It was a fun time. He just laughed. I took one teaching class and said, nah, can't confirm. Counting is the devil. Yes, it is. My husband too. Oh, cool, neat. Engineering? Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I believe that I definitely could understand it, but it would take a lot of study. I definitely believe that. But yeah, Desk was like, nope, no teaching. I've, like, for one semester, my degree was, I had changed it to, with a certification for teaching. And I noped out of that real quick. Like, I'm glad I took the class that I took because the instructor was amazing, but it just wasn't my thing overall. Yes, he was. Oh, cool. Desky. I think I could teach adults, but not kids. I actually work in adult learning right now. Oh, nice. Yeah, you do. You do, yeah. And I'm the same way. I think, you know, I'm definitely always going to have a much easier time with adults, you know. But I still only want to teach this medium, you know. And I don't, beads this small, I wouldn't want to teach to anybody like under 12 for sure. Big beads, yeah, maybe. But even so, not that I didn't play with beads when I was that young, because I definitely did. But I don't know. Part of it is that I haven't ever done it, so I don't really know the answer. Like, other than like private lessons with like younger family members or like friends or acquaintances' kids. Like, that's the extent of me working with young kids with beads. Or being a young kid with beads. I had much more experience than that with that. But, I don't know. So we'll see. This last job I applied to is definitely more children-focused than adult-focused, although they do have adult workshops. So we'll see what happens if I hear back from them or not. I hope so. They occupied a lot of my brain space. But if not, there's other things out there too. Okay, let me catch up. I think I could teach adults, not kids. Okay, yeah, I got that. But I don't really teach in any capacity. I do my best. This is the closest I get right now is Twitch. And if you guys have questions that you want addressed privately, I can try to do a one-on-one with you through Discord if you'd like. That's always an option. I totally don't mind, you know, for people I know. But like any official projects, I would definitely charge for workshops. What did I do? How did I get that one all goobered? Okay, try this again. But like full-scale projects, yeah, it's gonna be workshop fees. But I'm having trouble with this technique or this stitch. Can you help me out? I'm totally willing to do that. In case you guys didn't know, yeah, just let me know. We'll set a time. Dawn, I could teach both kids and adults. I used to teach Sunday school as part of my high school volunteer hours. Neat. And in my adult life, I've trained enough people and walked through enough things that I am comfortable teaching adults too. I was a barista trainer for many years. Remember? Been there. I'm a weird educator position as a teen librarian. Like, What's expected of you, Queen Home Slice, that you didn't expect when you applied for the job? I'm curious. Dawn can confirm. Pearl has helped me figure out some stuffs with beads. Yeah, and a lot of what I've done is... Oh, geez. Made a mistake right here. Oopsie. A lot of what I've done is I've linked you guys to resources that I find useful. But what I haven't done much of is made my own resources that I can give and send and link and charge you guys for. You know, other than my tutorials, I haven't done many instructional things. Except for the loom weaving. That was an old blog post that I turned into a free PDF. It's available on my website. It's the only one that's free there. Because I don't believe in charging for technique. Like, that's just wrong. Like, trade secrets are whatever. They're not secrets. They're methods to get from point A to point B. Don't believe in charging for those. You know, charging for the time and effort that goes into a specific project? Yeah, sure. Charging for a basic technique? No. It needs to be out there in the world. Oop, what'd I miss? Okay. Everything. Oh no, home slice. Oh no. Everything is unexpected. I didn't expect to grow so close to some of these kids, to have them call me library mom. Oh. To have them trust me with info they don't tell other adults. I can definitely believe it. To have them care so much and be so loving. That is so sweet. I'm gonna cry now. And now I definitely want to, apply to be librarian in all the places I'm looking to move. That was already a thought anyway. But that, or plant-centered things, like gardening stuff. Volunteer as tribute on Zoom so you can practice teaching techniques. Thank you. I need to do that anyway. Liz, if you're still in chat, and you guys are both okay using Zoom, I still need to do that. Granted, some are little shits, but the ones who are good, they're good. Oh. Came to Pearl Stream expecting beads, and I got someone chopping onions. Stop chopping onions. I can't even bead right now, guys. I'm laughing so hard. It's kind of dangerous when you work with needles. If you're wondering why I'm tilting my loom, it's because my thread is so short. Stop chopping onions. So good. That's so sweet. Again, can confirm. My chat had me in stitches last stream. I could hardly play my game. Oh no, what were you playing? Was it Stardew? I haven't played Stardew in so long. And that's okay, because I'm actually remembering that other games exist, because I'm not allowing myself to play Stardew Valley or any of the other, just Stardew mostly, until I'm done retesting all my video games and making sure I absolutely want to play them, because we're selling them off if not. Which, if you've seen video game prices these days, they're insane. 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 Stardew. I don't remember what the conversation was, but it was hilarious and I had a riot. Several of you guys have made me actively hamster laugh on stream. It has happened. And it's happened enough, and I love this, 4, 5, 6, 7, that when someone new sees me hamster laugh on stream, the rest of you guys are like, oh, it's okay, she's good. She'll live. She breathes eventually. Which is what my friends do in person. It's what my friends do in real life is they, the new person, whoever it is that I'm meeting, just says something ridiculous enough for that to happen. And then, my other friends or IXO will be like, oh no, it's okay, she's fine. Me, I've made you do that. And I'm pretty sure I made you do that IRL and IXO, and you had me on voice call. You did. I don't even remember that conversation. What was it? Like, I remember the conversation happening, but I don't remember what was said. Or why we were voice chatting. Most of the time on Discord, it's because I accidentally pressed call. Wait, no, I called you because you had mailed me something. It was this guy. You'd mailed me the dream catchers, and the other one's in the other room. But this one hangs up here, and it glows in the dark. It's next to my black light. The little yellow guy. I have no memory. All I remember is the package, but I don't remember the conversation. Dawn made this, guys. Look at how neon these super duos are. Like, whoa. And they light up bright yellow under black light. It's fantastic. Right, yes, that's right. I forgot. The neon. But yeah, you have made me hamster laugh. I remember the once, but probably at least twice if you remember another occasion. It's great. It's a fun time when that happens. And I almost always inevitably run out of thread at the end, guys. Like, what is this, Mom? What is this mess? This isn't fair. That thread chicken, I'm gonna lose. There's no thread chicken here. It's just straight up loss. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, that does great work. Everybody. Everybody. Boop. Shout you out, friend. Shout you out. If you are not following Graceful Dawn, please do so. She is a beautiful, beautiful soul. Blushes. Yes. Yes. As well you should. Okay, no, I goobered. I've been talking too much. Okay. Let's backtrack. The pattern womped. It doesn't, like, ultimately matter, but since I noticed it, I'm gonna fix it. This row is wonky. Okay, try that again. Thank you. Yes, Graceful Dawn is awesome. As is BK. We can't forget BK. Can you shout out BK, Dawn? Or BK can shout yourself out. You're both mods. Aha! Liz did it. All my mods are here almost. I never took any of you guys off. My crafty day and peeps just stay here forever. You're good. You're fine. Okay. Thank you, Liz. Boop. Beep beep. Boop. Okay. Yes, I got it. Okay. It was all done. I do still forget, and I am mod in this stream. Don't you guys lie. You're a team. Team effort. Beat Liz to the punch. When mods want to compete for Pearl's Law. You don't have to compete. You already have it. You already have it. You guys do so much. Okay. Boop. Boop. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. What did I do? There's no white. Who's joking? Puns. Beetlejuice. Most of these are just words or phrases with just beating terminology stuck in there. It's great. Try that again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Beetlejuice. Oh my god, I did not expect. Okay, come on. Liz, Dawn was being my hype woman for how productive I've been. But she'll see me. She'll beat me to good puns and shout outs any day. Did you say the P word? I need to finish the bracelet I've made. Which one are you working on, BK? This is true. This is true. Okay, last row before I add a new thread. No. Oh, how'd that happen? No, go away. Oop. Oop. 4. 2, 3, and 4, and black. 2 red. There we go. Progresso soup is being had at Liz's place. What are you working on, Liz? Productive is different than Princess Pistachio Peanuts. That's true. That's fair. That is fair. A different root word is fair. Well, it's the same root word, but like a different. What's the end of a word? What's the terminology for that? Dang. It's a new one I haven't shared yet. Oh, okay. But yes, the P word applies. Pomegranates. Wedding planning. Okay. Yes, so much progress. Oh, it's got to be a lot of work. Like, we just didn't do that. Nope. I'm good. No weddings for us. You know what we did instead? And Queen Home Slice was there. You know what we did instead? We went to a bowling alley in formal wear. On the day I didn't marry my ex, we went to a bowling alley in wedding dress and formal wear. Who needs a wedding when you can go bowling, right? Fuck yes. The bowling. Yes. Your formal wear looking your freaking best. Yes, it was great. I had like a fedora on too. It was a fun time. Okay, I need more thread. I had beaded the fedora. So like it was Ixos. Yeah. That was a good time. I see the lurk. All right, I'll bead right here when you're ready. It's a picture of this. Yes, there's plenty. Have you never seen these? I've shown them off on stream. How dare you miss the correct streams, Dawn? Give me a second. There needs to be a picture of this. Oh, there's plenty. Let me find the album. 1 second. That's one thing we remembered to take pictures of. And these are older photos, so it's like chibi me and like chibi Ixo. It's cute. We're little. Getting formal engagement photos done in October. Hooray! Everybody hydrate. Oh, okay. Does a shot of coffee. I'll take me a shot of espresso instead. Okay, being a good mod, reminding me to hydrate because I have forgotten. Everybody hydrate. I have not been without a water bottle in a very long time, so I always remember to hydrate. I like this design. It's a crappy design because it leaks and shit and the lid breaks off, but it's the right size and weight for me. It doesn't have a lid right now because it got thrown in the trash when it broke off. BRB while I refill my water glass. Listen, I don't have an espresso machine. I'm working with what I have on hand. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. I don't have one either. I wish I did. That'd be cool. But I don't know. I might just be over caffeinated if I didn't. That wouldn't be good. Hydrate or dihydrate. Yes. No. I'm out of dihydrogen monoxide. How? Help. Go find water. Agua. Oh, empty Brita. Oh, well. I don't even drink filtered water. Guys, I grew up on cistern well water with bugs in it, like, and dirt. None of it bothers me. Like, the town I live in is one of the first to have, like, a large-scale water recycling program, which was huge news at the time. And I'm just like, whatever. Tastes like dirt, who cares? Listen, I live by a canal. I don't drink unfiltered city water. It tastes like a swimming pool. Yep. Do not drink the canal tap water. If there are known weird geographical, like, things in the water, that makes sense. Immortal, hello and welcome. How are you today? Tony, as well. What? Wait. Is this a double raid? Hello, Raidstar. Hello, Tony. Hello, Immortal. What were you working on today? Yay. Welcome. No, I came from Immortal's raid. Okay, cool. I just saw Tony raid in the copy paste in the raid call, so I'm insane. I'm reading things wrong. Hey, Raiders. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. How are you today? We are beating some watermelon bracelets on my loom. No. Yeah, you can't see nothing. That doesn't work. This is my loom. It's the standard wire loom that I've had since I was 13. This thing's probably older than me. It's been in my mom's art stash for, until I was 13 and I took it out. But she never used it. I don't know how she got it, but it's mine now. Making Christmas bells this month. I noticed that you had been doing a Christmas in July themed set of things. Hello? Tony, I won the giveaway. There was a giveaway? Did Immortal have a giveaway? Congratulations. Watermelon! Oh, good one. Good one, Rain. You did it. Watermelon! How did I miss that opportunity? Shame on me. I missed a pun, guys. Now I'm gonna always think of it. Thank you. Cause you hate me. I don't know how I missed it either. Like, sometimes I don't realize things until the second that I say them. And, like, Ixo has this look now where if I miss it, that specific look means you realize what you just said, right? Lol. Nerd. Who's not a nerd here? Raise your hand. That's what I thought. You know it. BK, that needs to be added to the puns now. Yeah. I have a list. But yeah, go right down. Might as well. Just the one word, and if I come back to it later and go, what the heck? Watermelon. All right. It's not quite added to the list of puns, but it's in my notebook. Oh, who's not a nerd? Oh, good Lord. I'm gonna be without an Amber all weekend. Is she visiting family? She's staying with grandparents, aunts, uncles, other good friends. That is a lot of you time, BK. Take advantage. Going camping with grandparents. Oh my gosh, that sounds like fun. I've never been camping. I want to go camping. By the time I came along, my grandparents stopped doing that with the grandkids. There were too many of us at that point. Well, maybe not like camping, but like vacationing with the grandkids. That never happened in my lifetime. Like I was a baby last time it happened, so I have no memory. But all my older siblings got memories of camping with and vacationing with our grandparents. Like, that's not fair. I'm number 5 of 6, so obviously there's reasons. Camping is bugs and grass, not so fun. Oh no. Yeah, like where you are in Mortel, there's plenty of ticks. I don't miss the ticks, actually. I haven't had a tick in so long that I've forgotten they exist. But I get mosquito bites all day, every day. I can't go outside without bug spray and sunscreen because it's, I have Sauron hot here. Okay. I have to work while she's gone. I even work on my birthday. No, seriously? I think your job just needs to, maybe you need a different one. I don't know. Because they've worked you on your birthday before. Just post the earrings on Discord. Oh, neat. I'll go look in a sec. It's awful. Yeah, the ticks are bad. The ticks are bad. Also, when I went swimming in the rivers in Tennessee, I got ear infections out the wazoo all the time. Hi, Rita. Hello. Okay. I missed our drawing. Oh, yeah, there was a drawing. Okay. I'm hoping Ember doesn't get ticks. The 2 she already had in the past were bad enough. Yeah, if you live in a place where they are, you just get used to checking and taking them off and mistaking your moles for them. That happens a lot too. I wouldn't know that from experience. I was in the doctor office. Okay, cool. Nope, don't swim in lakes or rivers here. Tony won. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking. Rita had something. Hey, there we go. Guys, look. Boom. Rita made earrings. Look at the watermelons. Woo! Good job, Brick Stitch. Beautiful. I know that it's overexposed and there's probably black dots over here, but I kind of like that it only has 2. There are. Yeah, there's more over there. I can see it better on the small view than I can the bigger view. Nice. Nice. They're cute, yes. BK, I've been trying to find something, but most jobs around here want me available all the time, and I don't have that kind of availability. Yeah, hiring people who have kids need better understanding. I think I need to fix the focus on my camera. It seems a little blurry to me. Like everything back there is better focused than the work. Oh, you got Lyme from ticks? No. That's one of those, if you don't treat it in time, it can be deadly. Oh, please take care of yourself if you ever get Lyme disease, guys. Rain, I got a new mystery project. I'm teasing the heck out of it on Instagram. Nice. Oh, yeah, I cut my hair. Immortal. That happened. This is July, right? So this happened in May. It was 2 months ago. And then I wasn't streaming for a month. So, if you didn't miss those couple streams I did right afterwards, then you probably haven't seen it yet. Rita, thank you. My daughter wanted them for tomorrow, so whipped up fast. Good job. Yay. They're good. I like them. They're bigger than the ones I make. Mine are tiny. Mine are babies. What was I doing? Oh, focus. Seeing if I can change that up a little while we're chatting here. Focus. Oh, I had it and then I lost it. Good? Okay, better. Good enough. Boy. Wait, what? How did I not notice? What? Oh, it's been that long since I've been here? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe? Okay. I never know if someone's lurking or not, so I'm not gonna say either way. Like, there are times I just lurk, even in streams I love. Had the same reaction. Yeah, she like, big for her face, tiny will not show. No, I didn't notice your hair. Seriously? Whoop. It's floofy. And it's like a tiny ponytail. So like my ponytails they usually hit my shoulders, but it's teensy. It's actually longer now than when I got it cut. But yeah, it's been 2 months. And just the way my hair falls, like on stream, you know, it makes sense. You guys could just think it keeps going further down, but no. It's curly bob. Curly bob. Oh. You know what would help? This would help. Ta-da. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. They truly are. Hi guys. One day, I'll have this as my face cam. One day. It looks so much nicer. I did a recorded video of myself yesterday for the first time for a job application, and I'm like, the difference in webcams is so much better. Oh, the month off. Yeah. I did. I took about a month off. I didn't really announce it because it wasn't planned. It just happened. But, you know, I always take breaks when I need them, and that was one of the times I needed them. Tony, I love to relax with a chilled art crafting stream while I'm doing other stuff. So comfy. Immortal, did you really just resub? Oh, thank you. The poof, I love it. Yes, I love the poof. I love when my hair's short. I've never gone like mega short. It's a little more than I probably want to do. Yeah, I don't know why alert didn't go off, but I see the Prime sub, Immortal. Thank you so much. That link is perfect. That length is perfect for your face. Looks amazing. Thank you. I love it. It's good. I don't want it any longer than this, like ever again. The reason I cut it this short is as I was leaving food service, I was just frustrated with like all of it, you know? And I was just frustrated because I had to, at this job, I had to like braid my hair, like baristas in most places don't have to braid their hair, but they were just being really weird and nitpicky about the strangest small stuff. Yeah, I get it. But I've never had a hair in anyone's coffee in all my years, and whatever. But, you know, it was being enforced with some people and not with others, of course. And it was just one of those things that I'm like, well, when I leave here, I'm looking for you, Immortal, in my book. When I leave here, I just want to have hair too short to put in a ponytail. That was my measure of how short I wanted it. Is I can't put it in a ponytail, or it's very difficult to do so, or it falls out a lot if you try. That was me. Okay. I know it's further back. Immortal. Immortal. Gotta make you finish my Kaleidocycle. It'll be nice when I have one I don't have to make. Okay, I can keep going with pizza, because that's what it looks like I have. Or you can choose something else. It is up to you, friend. Where is... Yeah. You know? I don't even know what I would think if somebody actually made me a Kaleidocycle for once. Because, I've made about a dozen. BK's one triangle away from me having to make hers next. I'm currently still trying to catch up on ravens. I just went for the pizza. Okay, pizza because I'm hungry. Good thing I was already doodling it. Okay. Caught myself just on autopilot there. What's up, self? Makes a note to her secret. No! Do you have a notebook of secret plots? Dawn. Tell me that's not true. RLB! Holy cow! Hello! Welcome! You guys, I totally make kazoo songs and I haven't been doing that. Thanks for the idea. Oh no, I didn't give you any ideas. That didn't happen. No. Guys, we're not. No. I'm gonna die laughing now. Oh no. That's not a bad way to go, I suppose. I have made it my life's goal to have crow's feet when I'm old. I want crow's feet and smile lines. Like big ones. Like I want like somebody to take a really, really high def black and white photo of my face and all you see is just wrinkles and freckles and that's it. That's what I want when I'm 80. The hamster. Bring out the wheel. The hamster's not here. The hamster's shy. I'm here but lurking because work had to reset. Okay, yeah, gotcha. I understand. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you guys for the subs. Dang it, I'm trying my best. Also in a meeting. Oh no, RLB, that's no fun. Oh, I've got lavender I can doodle. Okay. What am I gonna work on? I think I filled them up. No, we good. Got Godzilla here. That's gonna be like the ultimate challenge. Godzilla cycle. What? Who dis? Liz. Thank you for the gift sub to Rita. Rita and Liz both. What will be your next triangle? No, Liz, I already know the answer to yours. I drew you a sunflower when you walked away the other day. So, too bad. Rita, what triangle would you... What are you guys doing? No, you started another hype train. How does this keep happening? It's because I have this difficulty set to easy. That's... Poggers. Oh my gosh. Hype train. Choo choo. What is happening? You love the sunflower. Oh, good. I had a feeling. I had a feeling you would. I need my light purple. I need my dark purple. Because RLB has asked for a lavender. A piece of lavender. For this face here, which will be fun to make. And very difficult. It's definitely on the difficult side there. It'll go and match the grape wreath, which was the first difficult one I had actually. Oop. This one. Rita, do I have you on my list? Have you been gift subbed in the past? Oh my gosh, more bits. What am I gonna do? I feel like I have Rita already somewhere. I might be wrong. Oops. Either way, whatever triangle you would like, think about it while I find you or write you down. Maybe you need to go grab some jump rings. I know that feeling. Who's in here? Who's in the orange ones? No. Don't know who that is. Hope they don't jump away. Just one thread chicken with an inch to spare. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. As big as your pieces are? Oh wait, you're doing the ornaments. They're much smaller than the big one. Oh, what is happening? I'm looking to Desky. Ah! Gift sub to Galaxy Crafts 13. Hello, Galaxy Crafts. If you are in chat, willing to speak up, what triangle would you like? You're seeing a lot of patterns fly before your face. So, there are options. Okay, I need to write down Rita, and I need to write down Desky, and I need to write down Galaxy Crafts. Okay. Rita, I don't want to spell this wrong. I always get scared. There it is. Okay. 2 J's. Sunflowers also. Okay, we're doing sunflowers today, guys. Yellow, orange, brown. And my orange pen. Where'd it go? Where'd the orange pen go? It's hiding. Okay. I'm all out of bits for the month. Oh no. It's okay, Dawn. All the bits, you guys are too nice. Stop it. Stop being so nice. Stop it. Level 2, like 33% done. What? That happened in a minute. Was it the other day? I don't know things. Okay, where's actually my pencil? This is Gifty. Make sure I got Liz's in there finished. I believe it's finished, but I need to color it. Dawn, it's not okay because I want to shower more people in bits. I also want to shower more people in bits, and mine recently ran out. I gave my last bits to Hello Fluffy Bear during her sketch stream. She had hit a milestone that she was aiming for and did a commissioned sketch stream, which was super sweet. Totally unnecessary. But I threw all the rest of my bits at her that day, so I need to buy more. Alright, there's Liz's sunflower. Doesn't quite look like one, but we'll get that more fine-tuned in the beads themselves. You stop being so awesome. I don't know I could do that if I tried. I can't control my personality. I'm sorry. Raina says, Aru. Hello, Raina. Aru. Alright. So I'll do Rita's, and I'll fill in a vaporwave for Desky. And then I'll write Galaxy Craft's name down. We may not hear back from them. That's okay, though. Lurking is just fine. Oh! Need to come up with a new design. I think so, yeah. So, think quickly. Because we're making yours vaporwave themed, which is cool. I might just have to do like a quick search of like geometric patterns. Or, no, better yet, I know. Don't hate me. But jazz cup pattern. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I'm not sorry. Level 1 hype train emote for me. Share what you got, guys. I got the dope. Choo choo. All right. I'm gonna do the jazz cup design for you. So, not sorry. Nope. Got something like this in black and hot pink for each slice. Okay, let me see. Black and hot pink. Ooh. I don't even know what you're saying. Oh, okay, I'll show you what I'm saying. That's cool, though. What's this, guys? Boop. I'll show you what I mean, though. Sorry, I forget that it's something everybody knows, but doesn't know it by that name because it's more of a designer terminology. It's just the name of the pattern. This is what I mean. Boop. Sigh. Squirrel. Yeah, recently they found the designer. The Dixie cup pattern. Yep. But yeah, it's a solo cup. Stephanie Miller is the graphic designer responsible for this beauty. Iconic. The 90s in a pattern, right? Never heard it called Jazz Cup. It's the name of the design is Jazz. I always just called it Squiggles. I didn't call it anything. I just called it, ooh, a cup. Oh, I need this guy too. Whoopsie. All right. I'll be nice bead stitch. It's only if Desky wants it, or she can have her triangles. This was the other option. And it's not up to me. It's a nice design, though. You have good taste either way. The son desired to make that into a peyote pattern. The triangle or the jazz? Oh shoot. This one is orange. The front ones are yellow. My bad. Alright, there we go, Rita. The start of your sunflower. The tracker serves just to let me know how long until I have to make the kaleidocycle. Once it's all filled up, that's when I start the kaleidocycle. Unless, you know, I catch up ahead of time, but that hasn't happened ever. So I don't start on the pieces themselves until the full tracker's finished. And that takes 18 months, give or take, of subs. So the earliest you can do it is, the fastest way to do it is by gift subbing, but the longest it can take is, I don't know. I haven't been there yet. I don't know. But roughly 18 months. Which is one triangle for each of the first 3 months, and then you get the fourth face free. So every 6 months you get 2 free triangles. That's how this goes. Okay. BK, that was my, but Mom, I need a drink of water cup, right? Yes. That's what it was for a lot of people. Dusky, I think I like the triangles. I don't know how the jazz cup would actually look on a cycle. I don't either, but that's just the first thing that popped to mind. I'll do the triangles. Jazz. I mean the cup design. Oh, the cup design would be a cool bead stitch. I don't know how to do it though. Like, what would be the best application for that? Unless I just beaded a cup. No, don't let me have bad ideas. This isn't, no. Desky, you can also do teal and hot pink and black, or alternating teal and hot pink with black backgrounds. Cool. Good to know. You'll find out in 2 months because I'm at 14 months right now. Beat a cup. Do. Dawn, you said you wanted an oak leaf. Make it a beaded cup holder. Little tiny holder. That's called a zarf. Not a scarf, a zarf. Okay, let me put Galaxy Crafts down before I go any further. As a placeholder. I did, yes. Oak leaf is still correct. Okay. Actual triangles on my triangles. Way to make it easy. So do you want all these blues to end up being teal, or do you want them to be blues? Because the blues are neon and they glow under black light. I don't have any teals that glow under black light. I'll keep the colored pencil the same regardless, but... BK, I need to take a picture of a thing, but it won't stop spinning. Oh no. And my black. Black, black, black. Whoop. Oh, I need to mark the other one as a gift sub. One second. Done. Okay. I don't really mind either way. Okay. Because I've always, like, had the thought of making this a glow cycle. The whole thing. Except, like, the fade here, the black fade. For the most part, I've had the thought of always having this be a glow cycle. So, triangles. Feel free to make it glow. I can do that. And then I'll take photos of them next to the socks and then send them to you. That's indigo. That is not actually black. Would be cool, actually. Indigo's nice. Doop. Doop, doop, doop. I can get 4 color shifts in a triangle. I know it. 5. You said to alternate? Oop. Okay. Get rid of the notes on this guy now that I have the whole thing filled out. Oops. Looks good to me. All right. I have a note to alternate the triangles. Why does my nose itch? Again, it itches. It bad. All right, let me see how many paid you're at, Dusky, because we're getting close to the end for you. Where are my other ones? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20, I've lost track again. Let me go back. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 30, 31. Okay, you're at 31. Paid. Finally stop spinning. Good, you can take a photo now. Can I put this down? Can I put it down? Can I set it away? Can I bring the watermelons back? I think I need to go on a little bit of a break, guys. I need to definitely chug some water. It's speaking a lot, so I need to chug water, and I will be right back. Get up and stretch. Take a little break yourselves as well. Don't forget that, but I will be right back. We'll run a little ad as well to prevent pre-rolls for other people. See you in a bit. return. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, I ended up in the didn't realize I was hungrier than I thought trap. So I sat down and had a quick lunch. Ixo's making BK you have to go start dinner? Oh, bye. I saw Tony, Terrier, jeez, brain. Had to lurk as well. So, yeah. Ixo is making fried rice, which is delicious. And then Dawn was photographing pieces, or wanting to, but didn't, and we'll do it tomorrow. You can do it tomorrow, Dawn. I give you permission to rest today from all that sunlit activity yesterday. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back to you as well, Immortel. Although you guys might not have left, so I didn't get as many stretches in. I was just more concerned with hydrating and eating the foods. But standing up and walking around always stretches you out anyway. Anytime you've been hunched over, take care of your backs. Just do it. Just take care of your back. Ugh, need to rest. My leg is still kind of sore. No. Plus my shoulders are a smidge sun-kissed. Jeez. So yeah. Just need a day to rest physically. In other news, I have dihydrogen monoxide again. Woohoo! Water. Hydrate or dehydrate. Woo! Yeah, my back is a little sore, not from like beating or anything, but yesterday I got in the mail the brake pedal stop pads for my brake lever for my car. The old ones had crumbled to pieces, and when that happens, it doesn't close the connection for your brake lights, and so your brake lights are just left on, because one day I'd gone and tried to start my car and my battery was dead, like drained, dead, gone, wouldn't start. Didn't know it was the brake pedal stop pads at the time, but like we had to like get a new battery. And I put it in and got it in and settled and turned off the anti-theft alarm and like got it working, turned the car off after making sure it ran and closed the door, and we're like, why are the brake lights still on? And so that took some Googling and some research, and it turns out if you don't have the little pads, the brake lights will just stay on indefinitely and drain your battery. So I disconnected it and figured out how to test and see if that was a problem, and it was. I taped some pennies to the pedal, pennies and washers to the pedal to diagnose the problem, and sure enough, it was the easy fix. It's also a reason why your cruise control won't work if your cruise control is broken all of a sudden. The line for that is on the brake pedal as well, at least in my car. It could be on your clutch instead if you have a car with a clutch, but yeah, so I had to buy 2, and both of those problems are now fixed. My car is fine, the battery is fine and not drained because the brake light connection is closed. Yay. That's why my shoulder hurts, because getting in there, you have to like wiggle your way up under the front of the dash and like push on the pedal as you're trying to insert this little teeny tiny piece of plastic into the correct place. It sucks. I think I slept a bit weird last night too, and every now and then my shoulder hurts a bit. Oh, I hate when that happens, because you don't even know that that's what did it because you were asleep. How would you know? Oh, where am I going? This is where the work is. Yeah, so I'm proud of myself. I fixed some easy to repair car problems. Woohoo! 2 in 1 solution too, so that's even better. I'm so glad I happened upon an article that was like, are these two things broken and not just like the brake light situation? Because I wasn't even worried about my cruise control like just not working, because you can still drive your car with your cruise control system not working. So that was just background concern. But if your brakes are messing up, that's a huge concern and a safety hazard for you and other drivers, and you don't drive your car when that happens. So, but in looking up the solutions for this particular problem, I found the other one too, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna buy two of them and see if that works. And then it did. Woohoo! Dawn, I was more concerned this morning with my leg not seizing up again to lie in a proper position. Right? You said the burn is doing weird stuff with your leg, and I don't know what it's doing or what it means. Dirt woke me up 2 hours before my alarm was supposed to go off. You said, like, is it a really bad sunburn that's just making your muscles twitch? Like, I don't understand. Huzzah! Fixed car. Self-diagnosed fixed car. Fairly affordable fix. Woo! And that was like immediately after my power steering belt had snapped while I was driving it. So it was just like a whole month of like car troubles. That we had to get Ixo's dad to help fix. And what actually happened is Ixo snuck it away from my house when I was napping. And I didn't even know it until his dad knocked on the door and said, your car's fixed. I'm like, what? What did you do? Because Ixo had bought the part and taken it over there. And driving without power steering sucks, just saying. Sucks. And a lot of these were thankfully like driveway fixes. Like, didn't have to like be out in the heat or out in traffic for like hours at a time kind of fixes. So that's good. Didn't have to tow it to a mechanic to get it repaired. Like, that's amazing. Just your calf, luckily. Just means I didn't hydrate properly. I still need lactic burn is internal. Okay. Something about the liver not processing a certain type of acid, which can cause muscles to tense up and get sore. Okay, got you. That makes sense. I've had it before. It's usually in the same calf. Not sure why my right calf is always a bit sore from this, but it could just be the fact that I'm getting back into shape. Maybe there's certain strains on in your right leg that your left leg just doesn't have to deal with. I don't know. But I know what you mean. Just, is it similar feeling to like shin splints when you've just been walking for far too long and your body just protests the fact? Because last time I had shin splints, I did a health department walk. Like, our local health department was putting on a 14-mile walk. But if you couldn't make it the whole way, there was a bus at certain parts at certain stops along the way that would take you back to the starting point or to the end point, depending on where you had like parked. Because there were people going two different directions, I think. And then there were stops along the way that hydrated and fed you snacks, but I still didn't hydrate enough. But I also got shin splints, which hurt for several days afterwards. I'm right-handed, so I wonder if I use my right leg more subconsciously because of this. Yes. Similar, yeah. Lactic burn can happen in any muscle, though. Shin splints. It's when your shins hurt because you've been walking for way too long. Or if you don't have, like, the right support in your shoes. I was wearing Vibrams that day, and so I didn't have enough arch support, and so my shins were taking a lot of the strain. Working too hard. Just means my muscle is super tense, and if I make my muscle tense too much, it can seize up again. Ooh. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Shin splints. 2 words. Sorry. I do tend to slur my words together when I am speaking quickly. Try not to. That is what the exclamation point mumble is for, is to let me clarify my words. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I have too many commands. That one probably just needs to go away. Several of them need to just go away. Okay. That's why I'm taking it easy today. Resting it as much as I can. As you should. I wouldn't want to be active and do things either if I were hurting like that. No way, Jose. No way. Not gonna happen. Look how close. I think this is gonna be the last row. This one I'm doing next. What did I miss? Dawn, I have been good about rehydrating, and I even got myself a Gatorade for the electrolytes that I didn't get yesterday, and that's helped a ton. Amazing. Good. See, my bot's even telling you to drink water. Get to it. When I went on break, this was empty, and I filled it back up, and now I have... This is 24 ounces. So I've drunk about 18 again. And stretching it every time I walk around the apartment. Yes, all the stretches. Okay. 3 and 4. 1 black and I think 2 red, and I think those will be the last beads. I don't think I goobered up my pattern all along the watermelon bracelet, but I intentionally designed it so that if I did, which I did here, didn't I? Somewhere. I spotted a pattern mess up somewhere. Right here. Maybe. I goobered somewhere in there. I missed a row. I missed part of the repeat. But I can't tell unless it's like from a huge distance. So, and even so, you gotta have sharp eyes. So there's this row is missing before this area, and even so, meh, whatever. No one's gonna notice. Just me. Nobody cares. Hint to all beaters out there. If you're stressing over the super mega tiny details, most of the time people don't care. What did I do? I missed another beat. I can't even string my last row properly. No, it's time for Dusky to head out. Are you going on a walk with the dogs again? Have a lovely I did it right. What did I think I did it wrong? Have a lovely evening, Dusky. Good to see you. Do need to go check the mail, though. So be right back. Oh, right. I'll be right here. I'm going to get this next one started here in a sec. Yeah, see, I had the right number. I was just at the end, so they were just hiding from me. Get in there. It gets more difficult when you're next to the springs just because your hand doesn't have as much space to move around. All right, there we go. All loomed up. Look at that beauty. Look at it. And my pie. I want pumpkin pie every time I look at it. Yes. Look at it. How beautiful. Simple watermelon pattern, effective. If you're wondering like how much I charge for these bracelets, it's by the number of rows. So like when a bracelet is 2 rows wide, which is this, it's $15, and then it goes $5 up for every row after that. And it seems to be a very good method. So this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows across. This is the $30 size. And this one is 11 rows. So it's like 2 of these. So like it'd be 65. Because there's 1 bead extra, 1 row extra, then double the width of this. Because I could technically be like, well, it's 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, and then 60. But since it's so wide, the 65. I don't know. My math is weird and makes no sense, and I change it up all the time. But that is about what my current market will pay for it. So if you guys were wondering. This one is just over twice as wide as this one. So it's just over twice as much as well. And I go back a couple rows and I start making a knot or two. In between the rows, I do a half hitch knot. See if I can do this left-handed so I can keep it on camera. There you go. I am not the best at this. Ugh. And I go back and forth for a little while to make sure that the thread won't come unwoven, and it never does. Very, 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 very rarely. And if it ever does, it's at most like the length of 1 row. So you don't really have to worry about it. The further you weave, the less problematic it gets even, so whatever. There we go. Good enough for me. Oof, going up the stairs. No, Dawn, just stay put. Do it easy. Feed the Regina. She'll get you. She'll get you. I don't know where the Reginalds are. They're taking a nap. Oh, I needed the needle. Derp, derp, derp. So now that I've cut the main thread off the piece, time to thread the needle with the little guys. I do 1 at a time. You can do 2 if you want, but I like them to go different directions, so I just do 1 at a time. So this one, since it's on this side of the knot, goes in this direction, and the tail thread that is on the other side of the knot will go in the other direction. I try to do 6 rows to weave them through. This one, my needle's too long, I might just get like 3. Just plenty. But it's only because it's like longer rows too, so it takes up more thread. Thinking back on this morning, all I remember is sitting up in intense agony, applying pressure to my leg, breathing through the pain, and lying back down again. It's literally all the memory I have of being woken up this morning. Oh, so that's how you do it. I always wondered. Oh, yeah, you just go back and forth. Like the weaving off or the weaving the knots and adding new thread. Yeah, because the knot itself this time is stuck inside of this bead. Not the one I'm going through, but the one to the left. Sometimes they stay on the outer edge, sometimes they hide inside the bead. It depends on how tight you pull. Weaving in knots, yeah. Oh, Dawn, what you're describing is a Charlie horse. Same thing. I take magnesium to prevent those. When I run out of magnesium, I get them more often, but when I take it, it prevents it a lot. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. That agony of waking up that way can make you scream. I have done that before. Yeah, same thing, different name. I just hadn't actually heard the proper term for it. I just always know him as a Charlie horse. No, that's painful. Oh no. And if you woke up like that, it's gonna hurt for 2 or 3 days. Like, not as bad as it does today, but it's still gonna hurt tomorrow. Oh no. You didn't know it's called a Charlie horse? That's the only thing I've ever known it by. I don't even know where the term originates. Yeah, that's what it was this morning. It seizes up and then, like, it's just painful, and walking on it is terrible, and then continuing to walk on it just sucks. Yeah, just sit down all day. I've always called it the proper name. I've never called it the proper name. I didn't know there was one. And now we're done. Ta-da. Start the next one. Yup, exactly. The first, like, not the first time I ever had one, but the first intense one I had, the one that made me wake up screaming the first time, happened on a day where Ixo and I and our friend group at the time were going to a convention. So you can imagine the kind of day I had having to walk on that. It was painful. I thought walking it off would help, and it did to some extent, but it still just hurt all day. Queen Home Slice, wait, I've missed, what's the other name for a Charlie horse? Lactic burn. It's the lactic acid in, Tom said, liver? Causing your muscles to seize up when you're underhydrated. For me, it's a lack of magnesium, which I take every morning with my ibuprofen and my vitamin D. Dawn, I have a tensor bandage around here somewhere. Probably gonna bind the leg to keep pressure because that seems to help. That's good. Alright, so I made myself a little loop knot on one end of my thread here. Huh, I've never heard that ever. And I was raised by nurses. Yeah, no, I've never heard Charlie horse. That was me, I think. I don't know, it was at 6 a.m. when I Googled it. I'm gonna come around one side of the warp thread. The loop will be on the other side of the warp thread. You will pass your needle through the loop, and same as if, you just want to hold it close to the warp thread. And there you go, you get a lark's head knot. In cross-stitching terms, that's called a loop knot. Loop start. Brain, you got this. And that's how I start all my loom work pieces. I don't tie a thread on, I just do this, and the knot gets hidden within the work itself. I might have to come back and like trim down the tail a little bit, but maybe not. It really depends. The only exception to this if I'm working with something that requires me to start in the middle, then I will leave a long tail, working tail thread. I have one piece that's designed like that. I had to remake it recently. Weird, man. Yeah, lack of magnesium or dehydration or combo of the two. I know what you mean. Us weird Americans giving it a nickname that it's not even called by. Oh, I was wondering. That's cool. How I start it? Yeah, it's a loop start on the outermost warp. So I'm right-handed, and so I like to go through the beads again from right to left. If you're left-handed, you could probably start on the right-hand side, pass your beads underneath, and work left to right, which would be the more comfortable for lefties, to maneuver the needle through the beads. It's harder on longer rows of beadwork because sometimes you can skip them or miss them, and you'll have to take it out and do it again. Yeah, that's how I start. I'm right-handed and I'd start on the right. Sure. People do that. I'm right-handed and I hold a tennis racket with my left. I've got a good left-handed backswing. With a tennis racket and like a badminton racket. No, yeah, badminton and also racquetball is the one I was trying to say. That's the class I actually took. But then again, I tend to do things weirdly. Everybody has like some level of ambidextrous. Ambidextrous, yes. Is some level of ambidextrous. Not, nobody's 100% right or left-handed. There are things they switch up and they do. Yeah, Dawn, I'm right-handed yet I play guitar lefty. Hold a bow lefty. I can shoot better with my left, yeah. I can shoot better with my left. Can throw, catch baseball, right or left. I am a right-handed person. But I cannot cut a steak with my right hand and then just eat the piece with my left hand. I cut the steak with the knife with my right hand. I set the knife down. I take the fork from my left hand to my right hand and then I eat it. It's so dumb and it's such a time waste, and I laugh at myself every time because it doesn't make sense. Ambiguity. Don, I hold the bow in my right hand and pull the string back with my left. Same. I had to remember because I've also taken archery and it was easier for me to shoot this way. I think that's just because my left eye is better. I don't know. Ambidextrous, folks. Everybody is mildly ambidextrous, but nobody is 100% left or right-handed. We got two for a reason. Okay. Why does everything on my face itch right now? I didn't do anything. Because I'm on camera. That's why. Alright, I don't know how many beats is this. I'm gonna count rows like kind of off screen. Just give me a second and I'll catch up with you guys here in a bit. Yeah, I found another mistake in there as well. There were 2 rows back to back that didn't have a gap of solid red between them. Boop. Here and here, just this whole area made pattern errors. Whatever. I still love it. Can't tell. 82. Okay. I'm just going to start the way I have the pattern here. Wherever is fine. Unless 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think 82 and 9 divides into the 82. My gosh, Dawn! Mistakes that will make it more unique. Hello, McKay. How are you today? Welcome. Hello, by the way, I'm lurking and stitching. Hello and welcome. I'm trying to do math, and Dawn is not helping. 9.1. Oh, hell. This will be the 0.1. I'll just start the way I have it drawn out. I oopsied when I drew my pencil pattern. I didn't start at the tip of a triangle. But I also didn't end at one, so I feel like the beads are going to do the same thing. Alright, so I don't know, since I only have one green, I should probably do the light green because I did the dark green here. I did both of them here. I think I'll just do the light green here. Leave the dark one alone. This is a dark, this is a lighter one. And then do something here. I think that's a plan. A helping. McKay, Dawn is why we need digital counters. Yeah. Dawn, my manner of help is the same way golden retrievers help you move into the next room when you open the door. And proud of it. Oh yeah. Okay. So, like, my pattern here is all sorts of random as far as the dots go. So it's technically gonna slow me down because they're not all the same and they don't repeat the same. But whatever. First beads. This one's gonna be cool. Like, it's always neat on graph paper, but it's always so much cooler in beads, guys. Like, if you don't bead, you have no idea, but if you do bead, I think you know what I mean. It's just, ooh, that pattern looks cool, but when you make it in beads, it just adds that awesome that you can't achieve with a drawing. Or digital representation either. There are a million gnats in my room, the cheeky fuckers. Yes. No. Poor Dawn. She's got cheeky gnats. Why? Did you leave a window open? What's going on? I live in the part of the world where everything is painted shut as far as windows are concerned. They're either nailed shut or they're painted shut, and you can never open a window. So dumb. Maybe I just want a breeze and a screen. No. We also have central heat and air, so, like, don't let the cold escape. Or the heat. But still, every now and then, it's like, man, it's thundering outside and raining. Maybe I just want to, like, open a window and listen. Dawn, I've never done loom work, but now that I know how to do it, I absolutely love how it'll turn out. Yes. Do the loom work. Do you have one? I don't know where to get these in Canada, but, the Walmarts in the US all have kits for $5.99. That's all it takes you to start looming. I can't vouch for the quality in the kits. It has been 19 years since I tried out one of the kits, but that's how I started looming. That's how I started beading in general, was from a kit. A Walmart kit. And then, like, this loom is vintage. It's antique. It's older than I am. It's been in my mom's stash forever. The ones in the kits now are made out of aluminum, not steel, and they're black instead of the silver color. I don't have a loom. I would love one. Do you have a shoebox? Do you have a jewelry tray? Do you have a lid for a shoebox? Do you have a little small jewelry box? Because you can loom with that. Just a little cardboard jewelry box. I have done it before. They're up there. But yeah, just like the 4x5, 4x6 size. You just cut slots in one edge with a knife or scissors. The the distance of a bead apart from each other, however many you want, and then your threads would sit in the slots. I refuse to buy a new one. I'd want to find a pre-loved one, because that's my whole thing. Fair. I don't have any pre-loved ones for you. This is the only one I got. Unless for some reason the jewel loom is still sitting in my garage, which I doubt. I don't like that thing. It might be somebody else's thing. I don't think it's still hanging around, but if it is, I'll let you know and send it to you, but I don't think it's hanging around anymore. It made me mad. Okay, my first beading adventure was when I found hanks of beads in a souvenir shop. Wawa? Wawa? I don't know how to pronounce this. Ontario? Got a pattern book, a loom, and 10 hanks of beads. 10 hanks! Holy moly! That's like, you're set. My family used to go to Canada for summer vacation every year. Oh, cool. That sounds fun. Wawa. Neat. I didn't know you beaded, McKay. Hello. Welcome. Welcome in. Wait, did I know that? I don't know. I had 6 weeks of camping to fill. Fair enough. It's a lot of beads. That's a lot of weeks. Red. Hey Martel, I got one in a beading camp and I hate jewel loom. You also hate the jewel loom? Yay! I'm not alone. That thing rocks back and forth like crazy. I don't like it. It's like this one stays flat on your surface more or less. You know, the jewel loom just does this weird rocking number. Like, I don't know, man. No fun. Okay, I still have a lot of beads. I just don't do it as often. Okay. Okay. If you need beaders to hang out with, I am collecting them. That sounds awful. I'm collecting all the beaders. But you're always welcome to hang out in the Discord. Come chat, crafty chat. Any medium is fine. We do have specific channels for beading though, which is also cool. One of the few. Yip yip. Dawn, I had to Google to verify how far north, but I knew it was out west past London. Okay. I collected the beaters. That's what my mom used to say about my dad, is that he would collect people. So I think I have that. Just a very specific type though. He used to bring home friends and she'd be like, where'd you find this person? Okay, we used to drive up through Walmart and then head west to Banff. I don't know these places. I've never been. Sad. Immortel, I can't get that dumb pole into it. Oh, yeah, there is that. You have to bend it. I usually hold it against my chest, put one rod in, bend it with force towards me, and then get the other one in. That's how I do it. But that's not why I don't like the jewel loom. I don't like the jewel loom because the rocking back and forth when it's all in progress. But I can see how getting the rod to make the piece bend could be difficult. It's not difficult for me because I was a metalsmithing major, and that's exactly how you have to put in your new saw blades, is you have to use force. In the case of a jeweler's saw, the standard type, you have to insert the saw into the bottom nut, and then you have to press against a surface with the handle going into your chest so that you can get enough tension to get the nut screwed onto the top half, so that when you let go, the tension is there and it's enough so that you can cut at that point. If any of that made sense, I don't do jewelry, metal smithing on stream. I haven't done any in a minute, actually. Yeah. You want to go to Banff? It's gorgeous. National Park is stunning. What? I want to go now. Stop living in the north, guys. It's making me jealous. I've never lived anywhere but the south, and I'm really, really anxious to leave it. Okay, 15 summers of my childhood would spent in the campgrounds around there. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I want to take a bite out of the watermelon. There you are, RLB. Good enough to eat. Looks good enough to eat. That's a compliment. I'll take it. Oh, you're just not strong enough. Is there anyone you can ask to help? I like this loom better anyway. It's easier. It's easier on your hands for trying instead of the jewel loom. Wait, what? Back that up. You were a metal jewelry worker? How did I know this? I was a metalsmithing major. Okay, we gotta show some stuff off. It's fucking awesome. I think I have a piece of E-piece metalwork. Yeah, you bought a piece. It was piercing and resin is the kind you bought. Okay, I live in SoCal now. Okay. Maybe I doomed you too quickly. Sorry, McKay. It's expensive. RLB, it's copper, I think. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't use knives or fire, so I beat. I like fire well enough. I think I need a proper teacher. My four-year university was lacking in a jewelry professor, and so the sculpture professor did double duty, which is, good for them, but not great for the students. Not that there were many of us as majors, which is kind of the issue, which is why they didn't, not going into that. Anyway, I will show you the pieces I made while I was in school so that Don can know what my old work looked like. Metals. Okay. Yeah, I've got the right folder open. Ooh. Oh, your son left home. Aw. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Well, could be either. It depends. I don't know. I don't remember how old he is. RLB, I love it. You said it was the last piece you had. It was of that type, yes. Wait a second. Wait a second. What? We're going over here. You found the right folder under 10 seconds. I did sort parts of my hard drive. Who are you and what did you do with Pearl? Who am I and what did I do with Pearl? Hey, I know where some stuff is. Like this? Why did I make this? Do I even have good photos of it? There it is. Host! Oh, jeez. I got a raid. I didn't hear it. I'm so sorry. Jen, hello and welcome in. How are you guys? How is everyone? Whoops, sorry. I'm trying to scroll up in chat, not in my folder there. Big Bill, hello. Welcome in. How are you guys? It's a raid. It's a raid. Hello, welcome Raiders. Jen Creation, I'm sorry it broke. No, you're fine. Thank you. What were you working on today? I saw you live like much earlier, but I didn't get a chance to say hello. What's up? Yeah, alerts don't go off all the time, whatever. Ray didn't work, so we hosted instead. I see. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming over. Sorry that anybody got missed and left out, but thank you guys who did manage to make it over. Welcome. Don't mind me, I'm just the community heathen. And I am Vanishing Pearl. Welcome to the beatbox. Thank you guys for beating my friends. Jen, I was sewing my card. You can sew. Is there anything you can't do? You're so talented. Sewing my cardigan and then started working on making a pattern for some shorts. You're in good company. How are you so talented, guys? For those of you in my community who don't know Jen Creations, she's has been on late at night in the past, which is how I found her in the first place, but she was beading at the time. But this woman can bead and she can paint. I believe it's watercolors. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those are gorgeous paintings. And now I learned that you can sew, do all the things. How do you enjoy beading and sewing machines? I don't enjoy the sewing machines. I curse at them very loudly. Yeah, watercolors are my jam. Is that your own face? It totally is. I love it. It's a good emote. Well, I am Vanishing Pearl. For those of you who don't know me, I do bead woven jewelry. Right now we're actually going through my parts of my metalsmithing portfolio because Graceful Dawn didn't know that I was a metals major in college. Someone tell my roommate to check her phone. Wait, what? What's going on, Dawn? Do I need to know? I think I'll wait. I'm having a good time. I don't need to be mad. So yeah. Oh, it was a doodle. It wasn't the actual piece. Come on, there's the actual piece. These are aluminum and resin. Little house. We called them housahedrons. I could not duplicate this shape in beads. The commission was for beads. I had to ask the client, hey, can I do this in metal? Because that shape is impossible. Yes. Yay, metal smithing. I haven't done much like lately, but I have on and off through the years. I made this in college. This thing. It's got some beadwork on it. It's got a bunch of hardware, like stuff. This is just the random unorganized part of the folder. I'm not going to show you the photos with the person. I'd rather not. They're good photos, but I don't associate very much with her anymore. Just sad, but that's just how it worked out. Here's one of my best pieces. This actually got featured in a back page ad for Far Mountain Gyms at one point. Let me zoom in for you. Boop. So here's the metal work. It's all piercing. This is copper, all of it copper soldered, twisted wire bezels around this cabochon. This was just a triangle I cut out and bezeled as well. Metal smithing. She needs to buy me a new tensor bandage because I can't find the one I had and I need the pressure on my calf. Oh, your roommate? Oh no. Jen, okay, time for me to go. Get dinner started. I'll leave a lurk. All right, thank you for the lurk and have a great dinner, Jen. Thank you for attempting to raid, even if it failed. I know the feeling. We've all been there. RLB. I remember when the house earrings happened. Yes, I remember that I was venting to Desky about them and she called them housahedrons. I think we were like on voice chat or something. Woohoo. Thanks for coming, Jen. Yes, yes, yes. So pretty. Oh shit. That's gorgeous. Yeah. VP, you are so talented. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds about right. This piece, unfortunately, well, no, fortunately for me, it sold, but it's not available anymore. But it did get published in Bead Trends magazine 2012 or 2013. And then that magazine died. I got published in it 3 times in a row, and then it died out for good after it had been in publication for like years. I'm like, no, I finally found one that's easy to submit to. It was so easy. Like, it was so nice. The 25th of every month was the deadline. And then you would hear back by the 5th of the next month, yes or no. And then if it was a yes, you had 10 days to submit instructions and be done with it. So you had until the 15th of the, following month to do your part and be done with it. And then they paid you like right after that. And then it came out later. Or maybe it came out and then they paid, no, I don't remember. No, they paid you immediately. I remember it was way different. before, like, it even published, but after they got the instructions. And it was great, you know, it was nice. And then by the time the 25th came around, you could submit again. It was so nice. That's how it should be done. That's how it should be done. This was one of those pieces. But yeah. Nope. Be right back. Time for puppy mints. All right, Immortel, I'll be right here. Unlike a certain other magazine. Cough, 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 beating you. Cough, cough, cough. Who's a follow? I heard a follow. Big Bill, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome to the beatbox, and thank you for beating my friend. Yes, this is that piece. It was a toggle, hand beaded toggle. I did, this was, I think it was a variation of African helix stitch for the rope, but I did it in beading wire, so it was very stiff, held its shape, and I could string the pearls inside. It was a complicated piece. I sold it 3 years ago at a Christmas event. To a lady for her sister who lives in Tennessee. So this piece lives in Tennessee somewhere. Or, yeah, I think. Bead right here. Yes, have you never heard that yet? Toggle. Like the toggle clasp on my necklace, exactly. Fancy toggles for fancy necklaces. That's how it goes, RLB. It's gorgeous. Yeah, this is one of my favorites. Let me go up. I wanted to find a couple other pieces as well. This one was interesting. It was on a full necklace. I don't know where the full necklace is, but in the end, like, the lady who bought it said, I don't want the rest of the necklace. Can you just take the pendant off? Yeah. This is a nice asymmetrical design of mine. I made it on nickel silver, so I hope she was not allergic to nickel. Twisted wire bezel again here. Just a round bit up top. These are badly lit photos because they were on the workbench. This was the other one in progress. Wow, I like that one. Yeah. It was good. This was Cellini's spiral for the stitch for the piece. It ended up being like 3 sections of peyote stitch with beads along the way and all on beading wire. Somehow I don't have the full piece to show you though. But yeah, here's how it went together. Oh yeah, it was just a regular bezel. Why did I think it was a oh, because there's twisted wire around the outside. Yeah, there's a double layer bezel. It's been a long time, dude. But yeah, here's the basic components. The base shape that I cut out of metal and hammered and textured first, then cut it out. There's the bezel. There's the acrylic cameo. Back, he's all good. Wow. That's right after it got soldered because I still had some cleaning up to do, the copper. Oh, what's the word for that? I've lost all my terminology, guys. It's been too long. But you can see the heat stains all over it. Yeah, that one was fun. And then I'm sad I didn't get a finished photo of this one. But what I did for the middle is I did a bit of bead embroidery and I glued it in. So this was a bezeled piece of embroidery, which was really cool. It ended up being a brooch. I never got a photo of the finished piece though. Yeah, there were the layers. This is the base layer. This is the other layer where the holes were for me to drill. And then these were eyelets. Well, when I finished it, they're just laying together there. But there's the eyelets all around. Just the thickness of one of the metal pieces. And then they were riveted from the inside of the heart to the back piece. Ooh, cool. So Dawn, you're learning all sorts of new things about how bad I was at photographing things in college. This one was fun. I really liked this one. It actually was a sketch first. That's one of the few that was a sketch first. I love it. But yeah, they were all base metal pieces. We didn't work with fine metal except for the rings that first semester because it's small enough. And because we were wearing them. We had practice rings and then we had final ones. Ixo made this one. That's how we met, was in metal smithing. When his ring exploded. Believe me, I used to be bad at that too. We all started somewhere. Oh yeah. I kept all the photos that I could that didn't like get corrupted along the way. Nope, that one didn't get finished photos. Okay. Let me find. I need to get these ones back. This one got stolen. That one got stolen. But it's a beaded filigree. It's wire and beads across the way. That got stolen from a shop I was in. But the green and the red ones I have to pick up from campus. My college professor has them. Oh no, it happens. It was 3 years ago at this point, so my bad. The green one was fun too. It was good. And the red one I have remade since. Mark II. So here's the first version. The bugles along the outside kind of didn't work. And I used Fireline and it broke. Good job, Fireline. Then I redid it with, I don't even know what I had at the time. I think I did Wildfire or something. And so I just took the outer bugles off and I remade it with whatever I had earlier this year. These were in an exhibition that I never even went to. Ooh, nice. Boo, Fireline. Beautiful. Still here cooking dinner. All right, Rita. I didn't know it was show and tell time, but yeah. It's neat looking. You guys like it? Yeah, these are fun. These were also sketches. A lot of my metalsmithing work were sketches first. Because I didn't know what I was doing, because I wasn't as familiar with it. But yeah, let's just go through all my senior show work. Might as well. Boop. Alright, here is a steampunk heart pendant. Similar to the other one, but like different pattern down here. Bunch of gears in the middle that were all... I stitched them into place because I couldn't find rivets small enough. But the herringbone necklace bit was popular in the magazines at the time. Like it was a very, very popular technique at the time. And I'm trying to remember the original designers. There were several people all at the same time that were like fighting with each other over, I did this first. Well, who are you? I did this first. It was one of those ideas that just sprouted independently. If you say Ceylon, I'm gonna write it. I love that. Not Ceylon. Here you go. There's a close-up. There's 15s holding the gears in place. Boop. I really like that. Hello, Elf. This one I don't have anymore either. I was asked to make earrings to match, which means I sold it. I couldn't remember for the longest time if I sold it or gave this away. Oh, this is my original Malia cup in the background. My other one's not in here. I was drinking coffee out of it this morning, or tea. But yeah, there's a bezel button here for half the clasp. S-hooks for the other half of the clasp. The matching earrings, which match the findings all the way around. It's gorgeous. It was a fun piece. I don't know if I have the back. I didn't get a photo of the back, but it was die formed, so it's kind of hollow. Kind of a half a sphere, but like heart, if that makes sense. So it's concave. There we go, concave. All that negative space. Boop. this is that asymmetrical one again. I miss taking photos on my old front porch of my blue house. It was a rent house. It just made for nice backgrounds. Yeah, these are just weird. I literally just made my doodle happen in real life. That's what this piece is. Used a bunch of hardware. Yeah, this is a doodle that happened in real life. Ooh. Oh, I still love this photo. Just some of my old shots are just perfection. This shot used to be a business card at one point, I think. We saw that one already. And those. I have a lot of duplicates just because things got saved in weird places. This was an Ixodoodle that turned into a necklace. This is plexiglass that I beaded and added bezels to. More toggle clasp and a washer, a rubber washer. I like found objects. Can you guys tell? Ooh. I love that. Just ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, it was fun. It was an Ixodoodle at one point. So we were already together at that point when I made that piece. Some of these yes, some of these no. Flower bracelet. This one got published as a Soft Flex company ad because I made it as a competition for a Soft Flex prize of some sort. I don't remember what the prize was anymore. But these are beading wire wrapped back and forth around it and kind of tied to the edges with more wires of theirs within the pieces themselves. And some fabric flowers. Gasp! I love that one. It have flower. Dawn love. It sold or something along the way, but it was good. It's a good one. Here's from the side. Just a metal copper cuff that I made and textured and then embellished with all these. It's so extra. Found objects. Oh, can you imagine? Basically, my senior show was everything I had that was found objects and metal and beads together. That was my senior show. This piece was good. This piece was fun. Guys, you're making me want to do more metal things. Oh. Hair barrette with glass tiles. These are the same glass tiles I bezel now. This is... I don't even know where I found this. I have one left, but it's foil backed, and so you can see reflections through it. I need safety wire jewelry. Oh, Tony, earlier. So creative. I have no imagination for stuff like that. I have to have inspiration from seeing other things. Oh, no. I have an endless supply of ideas. Would you like some? Let me see if... I missed somebody. Dawn. Also, I did some Googling. Charlie horse is the knot that's caused by the lactic burn, but the two are still technically one and the same. Alright, that makes some sense, but yeah. Thanks for looking into it for us. Elf, I need safety wire jewelry. Do you poke yourself too much? I can totally understand. Yeah, this is an excessive amount of beadwork. I don't think I needed to do... No? Yeah, there's a lot of beadwork going on in that piece. A lot of these I don't have anymore. Most of them. All of them. No, every single one of these. I don't have them anymore. They sold. This one sold opening night, actually. I had a collector who lived in town for a while. She was really sweet. She ended up with a lot of my work. This was one of them. This has a plexiglass bezel, for those of you keeping track. It is not a metal bezel. Let's see if I can zoom in enough. It's the only photos I have of this one, sorry. But this is plexiglass. I might have been inspired by Tanya Davenport at the time. those of you who don't know who Tanya Davenport is, she wrote the book called Plexiglass and had bunches of like plexiglass manipulations in there. It was amazing, and this is one of the pieces I made because of that. We got rivets all over the place, and these are plexi too. Plexi backed with colored papers, and I think down here is, no, this is metal, but it does have a hinge, so it swung back and forth. And then the little charm on the bottom is plexi. That was fun to make. There it is again. Woohoo. Elf. No, I was a Black Hawk mechanic in the Army for a short while, and we spent over a week on just safety wire. Okay. I need something to commemorate it. Oh, I see. Commemoration is nice. It's good. This stone is a crazy lace agate. I got it from my great uncle. It cracked. It cracked while I was making this. You can see it big, huge right there along the crystallization. I think I ended up gluing it in place. The bezel didn't actually work, but I think I just ended up gluing it in place. I don't like to glue unless it's an absolutely last resort. In this case, it was. Ooh, so sad. Yeah, but the piece was still gorgeous, and it still sold. As far as I know, she loved it. So. Oh, I found the full necklace. What you know? It's a fold-over bezel here. Silver accents up along the way. Man, I was awful at photography then. Another peyote toggle. Boop. But yeah, the lady who bought it didn't want the whole necklace. It was weird. But since it came off, like this whole fold-over triangle bail just fit over the rest of the necklace, I just slid it off and charged her like a percentage of the total amount, and she was just happy to take it as is. She said she was going to wear it on her own chain, and that's how I sold half a necklace. Elf, I still have a cotter pin that I created a eulogy for after I was unable to retrieve it from the inside of a nut. Oh no. I wonder if I could do some safety wire and making something from the two. I'm sure you can. Like I've seen a lot of the creative things you've made. You've got this. You've got this, Elf. You can do it. But yeah, I didn't know today was going to be show and tell, but that's the majority of my metal pieces. Like there were other things along the way. Oh, here's my resin ones. This one's my favorite. Show and tell. Okay, the ideas are flooding me. Wolf George is getting involved. Oh no. Glowforge. Wolf George, is that what you call him? Nice. Ooh, I love it. Yeah, these were fun. This one is Squid Bell. That's his name, Squid Bell. Went to, I think, one of my teachers. It's just this part up here just looks like a squid to me. So it's always been called Squid Bell in my head. I love the anagram. Yes, his name is Wolf George. Wolf food is expensive right now. I can imagine. All of these designs were actually like inspired by Jacobian wallpaper patterns, like from a wallpaper sample book. This is one of the few that isn't resin. So this is resin. This is enamel. This is actually truly plique azure. But yeah. This is enamel. It is not resin. Wait, maybe that one was, and one of the other, I don't know. There's so many. But yeah. All these flowers are gorgeous, and I love them. And I need to make more. But yeah, these were all from old wallpaper patterns. Look at just the detail work in there, and like I cut that all out by hand. These I made. I took metalsmithing continuing education after I graduated. So these I made after I graduated, because I had discovered this technique like right at the end, and I still wanted access to the studio. And so like a semester or two after I graduated, I went back and I took continuing education so I could have access to the studio. And I made a bunch of these. You worked with materials. You need to make more flowers because the world needs more flowers. I think Dawn likes flowers. This one had mica in it, so it wasn't as transparent. Dark photo. Was this the one that was... No, that's still resin. This one. This one sold to a very sweet man who was buying it for his mother overseas. I know random things about a lot of my pieces. Or like what TV show I was watching when I made it. Stuff like that. Oh, the flowers! Okay, I have to return to work for an hour. Lurking time. Alright, I'll be here. As far as I know. What else am I looking for? Oh, we didn't go the other way. This is the one that was enamel. And you can tell it's a lot messier. I couldn't clean up parts of them. You know, the blue cleaned up fairly well. There's lots and lots of scratches all over this. This is when I switched to resin, is because I was like, okay, this is too much, man. I don't think I had any flat ones that were enamel, though. This one's nice. But I called them wallflowers because they were wallpaper flowers. Wallflowers. Ha ha. Ha. Oh, same. I can tell you exactly what pieces I took apart to make the piece in my store. I bet you can. A lot of these were doodles. Some of them were... I think this one was from a coloring book. I think that one's from a coloring book. I drew him. He's actually on my notebook. Little bird friend. Pearl. Raven. Hello. Bird friend and butterfly live here. Ooh, too dark. Bird friend and butterfly live on the notebook. I just glued them down. Bird friend. He's so cute. He's such a derp that I immediately made this set just so I could make him. But because I had them all out, I did them all at the same time. And anytime I do resin, colored resin for my metal pieces, I always have spare stuff on hand. Flowers and like random negative space elements to work with later. I am Bird Friend. Hey Dawn. Hi Raven. Hi Raven. How is everyone? We are show and tell all my metalsmithing work because Dawn wanted to know. Oops, cap lock. Got excited. Hi Raven. But yeah, so this is what the flower pieces turn into. Is I have a little bitty... So I have the flower, and then I have a little beaded washer, and then I poke a hole in the middle of the resin, and then I just attach it simply to a piece of beading wire. Just an easy necklace. He's pretty. Must resist caps lock, but the hype returns. Oh, there we are. Ha! I didn't need to zoom in. Pretty. See, you can see the hole right under there. Ooh, break stitch. Geeky Octopus, your work is gorgeous. Thank you. This isn't even like the work I currently do. This is like some old stuff. But thank you. I mostly do seed bead work. Always have. But we're going through the show and tell of the old metal stuff and resin stuff portfolio. Vulpixes. I was commissioned by an old coworker. His eye fell out and she never glued it back in. Like, how dare. Yeah, here's a saw. Here's negative spaces already cut out. You have to drill holes in all your negative spaces. You have to choose the order in which you do it carefully as well, because you can make life difficult for yourself. And it's like drawing along a line very carefully with a very sharp knife. It's still stunning. Cap lock returns. But thank you for the compliment, Geeky Octopus. I definitely enjoy my work as well. Appreciate it. RLB. I meant to use caps lock in my excitement at Raven sighting. Raven sighting. How are you doing today, Raven and Geeky? How are you? What are you guys doing, working on, getting off work? I'm going the wrong direction, I think. No, I was going the right direction. Okay. The file names save weird. I don't rename them often. Burbs! Sorry, this has a story and it just makes me laugh. Look at a siren though, she's so cute. Look at her. This is green resin, by the way, all behind it. I like this. It's so dumb. Give me a sec, I'll tell you. Raven is good. Tomorrow is Friday and you completed another paracord bracelet. Ooh, fun. Yes. RLB, I'm okay. It's been a day. Aw, work was bad. Oh, but thank God tomorrow's Friday. How are you? I'm sorry work was bad for you. I am trying to stick to my Tuesday, Thursday stream schedule for once, and it's worked this week. Can't vouch for next just yet, but working back into it. Gets popcorn for story time. Oh, geez. There is tea. Or coffee. Who are you and what have you done with RLB? I'm so sorry it was bad. Yeah, I'm sorry too. So I don't know how many of you have worked at Starbucks or heard about things that happen at Starbucks, but there is an award. It's called Partner of the Quarter. And I'll get you mine to show you. I know where it is. Also found it in less than 10 seconds. Dawn, are you happy? Chai tea? Yes, chai tea. There is chai tea to be had. Okay, so this in the middle is my Partner of the Quarter pin. Here, let me go back for a sec. It's easier to put it under the camera. Boop, this guy. It's an award you get for being voted best barista of the 3 months, you know. It's like employee of the month, but for 3 months. It's a big deal. Boop. My other pins that I still have, I kept on to. They're important. They're a big deal at the time, especially if you work there. So what happened... Proud of your organizational skills. Ooh, how fun. Yeah. So that's my pen. That's the one I got. I got it within my first 6 months working there. Totally unexpected. Never thought it would happen. But it did. And that was great. And so, you know, by the time I made this thing, it was like close to 3 years on. All of the Partner of the Quarters are voted on by peers. So every 3 months, it's time to vote. You fill out a little... I don't remember if it was like the same as the green apron cards. They're like business card sized. You just fill out a little card with the person's name on it and why you want them to win it, you know. Oh, they're a little bigger. They're like little note card sized little pieces of paper. You know, I wish to nominate so-and-so because they're the damn best barista I've ever worked with, you know. So for like the next 3 years close to 3 years after I got mine, every barista that had gotten like the vote, the popular vote, you know, majority's choice, had won the award. That's typically how it goes, you know. Store manager does have the discretion to veto it and say no, which is kind of where this comes into play. Because close to the end of me working there, like, certain people had been overlooked. And the award is like more for peers acknowledging growth in peers. And so a bunch of us were like, dude, we all have it, you know. Like, we all have gotten it once already. You know what we need to do. And so we, like, had a consensus that we were all going to vote for this one guy because he had just grown tremendously and was amazing and super supportive and fantastic and awesome and was just good, you know, and had gotten so much better since he had started that, like, it really was worth the merit. And then we all voted for him. And so did other people that weren't even, like, part of the night crew. This was a night crew effort for the most part, you know. It was just I think so-and-so should get it. Yeah, you're right. And then just, like, having conversations, being like, yeah, no, that's totally a good idea. Because all the rest of us, for the most part, had gotten it. And then we all voted for him. And so did some people from the morning shift. And then he got the majority vote. Like, he had the most votes out of everybody. And then our crappy ass boss vetoed it and picked his favorite person. Nepotism, as he usually does. Most of the time, you know, he was agreeing with the popular vote. But this was like the time where he said, like, nah, and just didn't acknowledge because he didn't work on the same shift as this person. Yeah, oh my God. I never got cool Starbucks stuff because I didn't work for corporate. Right. I remember you said you work for license. But this is one of those cool, really neat things that can happen in the corporate environment, and it just got noped all over. And this guy really deserved it and really was worth the effort. And because our boss didn't work the same shift with him and he thought somebody else deserved it more, said no. And then said it was between, not even him at all, but between two other girls. One of whom, yes, deserved it, and one of whom actually, like, really was doing the work at that point, and another of whom did not. And, like, I had trained all three of these people, by the way. I had trained him, and I had trained the two other girls. One of them was my best trainee ever, and one of them was my worst trainee ever. Guess which one won? She has grown also hugely since then, but, like, at the time, definitely was not attentive. Yeah. Jeez, how egotistical. Yeah, Raven's got the answer. Anyway, she won it. At the time, didn't deserve it. Since then, has grown tremendously within the company, you know. But it was more of a weird favoritism kind of thing. I hate bosses. Yeah, this one was a pill. Anyway, what I ended up doing is I made him his Partner of the Quarter award. I made him his pin. Like, a couple weeks after this happened. You know, and so I cut it out of resin and I pulled out my metal stuff for, like, the first time in a while at that point, and I did my best. She's got a lot of detail in her. Did different color for the crown as I did for the mermaid, filled it all in with green. It was cute. It was cute. And then I presented him his award on behalf of the night crew. Best Partner of the Quarter pin in existence, just saying. I bet that meant a lot. I made him cry. Like, he cried. It was so sweet and sad. There's more work, all those other things being put on necklaces. The other bits in planning stages with the little weird beady bits going with each one. Yeah, it did. It meant a lot. This is the one RLB has. She'll recognize it. This is the last one I made. I don't have any more right now. It's adorable and it's so sweet. It's good, you know, and it's a good story, you know, just people coming together for each other, even when others don't when they should. Whoop. Flowers. I don't know, I had those in progress at the same time as this one. I haven't even finished this one yet. Just found an old thing. Fred is about to nom, 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 nom. With his little mask idea. Good design, but too complex for a tutorial. Not a resin piece. Just negative space. Yeah, yeah. I still haven't cut it out, but that's the plan. There it is. I don't know why I haven't made this yet, guys. Why haven't I made this yet? We often look at differences and celebrating others. Yeah, I don't know. It was... Oh, see, yeah, it was in the middle of a coloring book. The one element. That's where I find some inspirations for these is doodles. And then, you know, doodles and then parts of flowers. Just little tiny pieces. And then make them in metal. I'm back. What we doing? We show and tell in all my metal stuff. I never did get a finished one of Vulpix, but I have done Pokemon. I've made Ixo, a Totodile, and a Farfetch'd. I made an Articuno at one point. I've made Vulpix. I was gonna make a Finnegan, but then I didn't like that person anymore. Well, I still like her, but like we weren't friends anymore. Boop. Little guys. You want the other one that was below? Oh no, I've gone too far, Elf. What do you mean? I don't have a lot of these anymore. I'm sorry. This one? That one's easier to make. I could definitely do that again. The too complicated one. Below it spoke to me. Oh. This? This. This. Oh. I haven't finished it, but I can make that one. Where is it? Let me see. I have it. Is it in here? Unless I put it in here. I don't know where it went. It's hiding. Cannot locate in 10 seconds or less. What's wrong with me? Oh, there it is. I found it. So it's on a piece of brass. It's big. Like, I don't think it's wearable, which is why I haven't cut it out yet. But here it is. So the plan would be for these to be green once I cut them out. Green. Oh, the hole's already drilled. Well, no, the hole's already the little dots. That's my spring-loaded punch for me to drill the holes. I probably just didn't have a bit. Kind of reminds me of the very pretty and also annoying thistle flowers we get around here. Thistles are gorgeous and a pain in the butt. Yes, I do totally agree. I love them. But yeah. Oh wow. Ooh. Should I do more like jewelry saw streams at least? It would be a lot of camera shake. I'm not gonna lie. There would be a ton of camera shake. But I could do them. I've done it before, once or twice. Love them as long as they're not in your yard. Fair enough. They hurt to step on, dude. Yeah. I have to pull them out in the spring. Because you think they're dandelions and they grow bigger and you're like, oh, that's a thistle. Let me get it out of here. But yeah, this one I have not finished yet. It is, let me get the tape measure so you can see. there. So I'd say the whole design is just over 3 3/4 inches long. Pretty long. And then like the widest point this way is, I'd say probably almost 2.5. Like maybe 2 1/4. No, that's longer. Yeah, 2 1/4. Bloop. It's pretty huge. I wouldn't know what to do with it, really. It's just I like the flower enough to transfer it to metal, but I don't know what to do with it. It's on brass, 18 gauge brass, which is a butt to cut out. So yeah, this one and the mask that was above it are my most recent doodles that I have not touched yet. I have not cut either of these out. Be really cool to turn it into a window sun catcher type thing instead of jewelry. It would. The only problem with that, especially if it's resin, it will fade over time. I know this because I have made the swan that way. This swan, this is purple resin all the way through here, has faded and peeled out over time. To be fair, I did put it in a pot outside as a planter stick, but maybe if it were hung inside, it wouldn't have as much issue, but there's still the possibility of sun fading. I don't know how to go about that. I don't know how UV resins differ from just the jewelry resins I've used that I still have. I mean, I live in Colorado, everything fades. Fair. I live in Texas, everything fades or peels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. But yeah, I haven't thought about, well, I've thought about it, but I haven't done much jewelry work. A lot of it has to do with how the height difference between your table and your chair has to be a bit drastic. And the fact that my clamp doesn't work on most desks. So we finally found a table back here, this black one, that I can clamp it onto easily, which is good, because ghetto makeshifting surfaces to clamp your jewelry, your jeweler's bench, bench pen onto, geez, words, is difficult. Dawn, I'm in Canada. Everything gets humid. Or snoth. Elf, there's no atmosphere, so the rays are terrible. If you're fair skinned, don't leave the building without sunscreen. Oh, yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Okay, coming back to the watermelons. So for anybody who came in during the long-ass show and tell, I've been actually working on watermelons today. Watermelons. Let me repair my negligence in not using that pun. Thank you, Rainstorm. Watermelons. Oh, that one's too good. I'm gonna use it all the time now. Green and red, black, white, and green again. There's that face palm. I think you missed that pun earlier, RLB. I think it was before you chimed in. Thing has been successfully frogged. Fred has been fed and is a happy froggo. Frog. Dinner. Eat the watermelon. She's hungry, guys. No, Regina, you can't have. Same as keto. No atmosphere. Oh, geez. I love seeing her show up. She's fun. She's so pretty. So pretty, guys. I think she's anodized titanium, which is titanium and aluminum are The only two metals I know of that can be anodized like this. If there's others, I just am not educated enough, that's all. I never got a chance to learn how to anodize when I was in school. Like, my instructor knew how to do it, and I asked him, and he said, ask me again some other time. And I asked him, and he said, ask me again some other time. And so I gave up. It's apparently a process to set up. It's also, looking into it like later, not as difficult as it looked like at the time. It just seems intimidating. But no more so than like a torch to solder things with. It's not any more intimidating than that. That's just fire. This is electricity. Fredite seed beads. Oh no. No eat watermelon. No Reggie. Reggie. Also no oxygen, so you can actually buy canned oxygen at the store. True. You can. Where's my needle minder? Currently, it is right here on the top of my loom. This is your fault that I do this. Thank you, Raven, for the idea. Never would have thought of that. I have my pumpkin pie today. I just have both magnets. Since it's not on a surface, it's just on the loom. Look at how tiny these watermelons are. They're so cute. They're so little. Hole's clogged. I don't know why. Just not going to use it for now. Figure it out later. I try to salvage them if I can, because they're expensive. Every one matters, especially when you only have 6 left at the end of a project. Your calf hurts again, Dawn? No. You don't need a new leg. You're the one you have is fine. It just needs to heal up. Herbie's petting her grapes. Your needle minder and your fob. That was a fun project. I liked it. Elf, prepare for pain, but pull on your toes. Ooh. Yeah, that would do it. That would work. Yeah, mostly I just try to get up and walk on it every so often and then go back and just rest and repeat. Dawn, if something's supposed to happen, nothing feels stretched or eased. I don't know. I think I would have, but everyone's different. Hello, Blue Feather. Lay digital hugs to VP and all who may want one. Lay digital hugs back. How are you today? What are you up to? Just doing some looming, doing some fun things. Nope. Hugs back to Blue Feather. You are alive. This is good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. You out of water again, Dawn? Stop it. I still randomly get Charlie horses ever since basic training. Gotta stretch in the way of the pain and it will help it ease. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. All the hugs for Blue Feather, guys. As well. Dawn. Oh, got it, yeah. I've been doing calf stretches when I stand up and that helps. Be right back. Gotta get more water. Rehydrating. Hush. I'm not gonna hush. You can't make me stop talking. So one thing I didn't expect out of becoming a streamer is not being able to stop talking, just in general, in like random life. People are like, why are you talking so much? You don't do this. And I'm like, I can't help it. I'm sorry. It's bad. I'll shut up now. Elf, the worst ones are when you sleep stretch and cause a Charlie horse and it wakes you up and you just want to cry. I have screamed. That's how Dawn woke up this morning, apparently, which sucks so bad. Yes, I had one in my thigh. In your thigh? Ugh. No. That's not. Well, at least I know to expect them in my calves. Like, no. If I had them anywhere else other than my calves, I think it would hurt worse just because I don't typically have them there. I feel like my right hand is cramping though, like I've been holding something too long. That's what happened this morning. God awful agony. You've had the bad kind then. Jeez, no fun. Immortal, does it just take practice to get the warp threads even? I cannot manage it, and it's only because I can do any other beading thing in the world. Lol. The spring keeps them even. But do you mean keeping the beads from like buckling in? And a lot of it's going to be your tension. Like, it's always going to flare out at the bottom here. But once you're done, it straightens up after you take it off the loom and weave in your ends. It straightens up just fine, at least in my opinion. You know, there's a little bit of wiggle and warp on this side. You can't tell, it's not too much, but it does weave in and out a little bit. And it's always going to do it on the side you start from. The side you're wrapping around and going back through from is always going to be straighter. It has never been enough to deter anybody from buying one. Even with like regular size seed beads, you're going to get warp on this side and straight on this side. The Delicas help it, you know, look cleaner and nicer. I wish I could sell work that wasn't made of Delicas so that I could actually have cheaper beads at my disposal, but if you want to sell the work, you gotta make what's more aesthetically pleasing for the most amount of people. It's the best way I have to explain it. And right now I need to sell work, so. But the market themes give me lots to work with. Elf, thankfully I'm at a point where my natural reaction is to stretch immediately. I'll still have a limp for the day, but the pain goes away, kind of like relocating a dislocated joint. Thankfully I've never had that experience, but it always sounds terrible. Rita, oh my god, I've drawn a bracelet like the one you're making now, but peyote or brick. Just recently? Yeah, I did this one out on graph paper Monday morning. I did these two Monday morning. This one I already had, but I used watermelon colors, gave it a dot in the middle to use the black. Yep, just adapting old patterns and making new ones and looming new ones. Not that they're even uncommon at all, because these are very common, just with fruits and food motifs being popular in general. They're fun to an extent. Next week is bees. I'm gonna do bumblebees next week, guys. Ooh, maybe flowers too. Or a bee on a flower. Ooh, that'd be cool. Okay, don't get carried away. That depends on if I get any commissions this week. If I get commissions this week, that kind of cuts out any experimental market jewelry I get to make. I can do one or both, but I can't. I mean, one or the other, but I can't always manage both. I do still have to catch up on kaleidocycles too, so. Subcycles are so behind. But I think I have it figured out. At least for a little while. How I want to assemble the next cycle. Immortal. I mean, some are loose, some are tight. Oh, that is controlled by the rollers. So you would just roll it further backwards to make it tighter. You'd roll it further outwards to make it looser. To maintain the tightness, you turn the nut so that it kind of squeezes in here and it squeezes in the roller to make sure it stays right in place. Same on the other side, you have to adjust the rollers on both sides to make it really, really tight. And it stays pretty tight. Like this one's looser than the others, and that's because that's the side I started on when I was warping it, but these others are tighter. So I work with the loose ones just as easily as I do with the tight ones. And it'll give it a softer drape to the bracelet as a whole. This one is going to be less stiff than these guys because these were made stiffer, tighter. This one is going to have a little more sag in it when you wear it. But they're all made with upholstery thread, which kind of just naturally stiffens and strengthens the piece itself. So these are all upholstery threads. They're outdoor, heavy-duty upholstery thread. Buy it at Walmart. Buy it at any craft store. Doesn't matter. A few bucks each, and it lasts you a while. I also bead crochet with these. It's not easy, but it can be done. Dawn. Bees. Bees. Those 3 bracelets are so beautiful. They're coming along, and there'll be a 4th one here. I can get 6 done on here, but this one took up a lot of space. So this is the width of 2. So I could have gotten 5 this time around, or if I'd done the really skinny ones, I could do about 6. You've still never tried the loom? I recommend it. Most people don't like the loom because when you get done, you have all these threads to deal with. But for those of you who have never tried the loom, you've watched me just going back and forth, adding your beads, going underneath, pushing them up, going back through the beads. That's the basic method. What the real thing you need is when you get done and you're like, how do I finish off all these warp threads? I need to make a warp command, but I'm going to my store to link you directly. It is a free downloadable, it's PDF, but like it's just 1 page. This guy. This is all you need. It's free, it's on my website, you can download it right now, costs nothing. Love these threads. No, I did try and look, but not this one you were using. Wait, what? It's a lifesaver, yes. Raven can vouch for this. This is a method that I haven't officially seen anybody online use. Like I did initially see it online, but it was a photograph or a scan of a book. And it was just one image and this weird blog post that I never saved. And I didn't fully comprehend the method at the time. And it took me forever. But I experimented enough that I figured it out. And then shortly after that, I actually found the book in question. Heck, you don't even need to download it. You can actually just zoom in on the images and it shows you exactly what you need to do. And exactly where to place your needle. Boom. But yeah, this is my mini tutorial, my baby tutorial on how to finish off your warp threads. It's the best thing ever. You take each thread, you put it on your needle, you skip the first row here, and you weave in between the warps of all the rows after. So just like this. If only I could do it on the loom, that'd be so much easier. But you see how I've skipped the first row? You want your needle underneath all the threads of as many warp threads as you want to go back. Weft threads, sorry. And then you would pull it through and you would cut it off, and that's it. Super easy, super fast. Well, comparatively, there are other methods, but this is the only one that's going to give you like a really clean edge. I did not invent it. I learned it out of a Sharon Bateman book called The New Loom Beating. It was published in 2009, but the projects look like they were made in late 90s, very early 2000s. And the projects in the book aren't anything I would ever make for the most part. The cover piece is cool, but it doesn't go into enough detail on how to make it. But it does tell you how, it's just not well enough. This is the only book I recommend for just the beginner, like the beginning of the book's instruction section. Like every other book out there is, also has instruction sections in the beginning, so that, they're all meant for beginners and advanced beaters alike. But the New Loom work by Sharon Bateman is where I learned the technique that I send out into the universe because nobody knows it. Saves you a lot of effort and grief, and will actually help make you love how to loom again. This turned into a weird rant again, didn't it? Why didn't you guys stop me? But yeah, Sharon Bateman is the reason that you guys have fantastic loom technique to use that is unknown to most of the beading world. After I first published it on my blog, I did notice that Seed Bead Bliss did do a YouTube tutorial at some point after that point, which was good. So that got out to a little more people. It's been downloaded off of when I had a Craftsy, when Craftsy was still good. It got downloaded off of there a lot. It got lots and lots of comments on my blog, both times I blogged this method. I've shown it on stream dozens of times. Not quite dozens, but several times. And I will give it directly to anybody who asks. Like, techniques should never be charged for. Techniques are that. They cannot be copyrighted. They are just how to make something. It's the designs and the projects themselves that have the copyright. But, like, the technique shouldn't belong to anybody. Yes, people can invent stitches, but, like, anybody can teach a technique. It's teaching a project where you get into weird territory. Immortelle. I've seen a woman who unwound the bar and took it off without cutting it to just put the loops tighter. Huh. Why? Why wouldn't you just tighten the... Well, it depends on if you're making a really, really long piece on here, maybe. I don't know. You'd have to like let me know what you're talking about, because I can't picture it. Actually, I just can't picture anything, but I can't picture it. Because it's fun to hear you ramble, so you just didn't let me stop. Agreed. Where did you find Miyuki thread? Oh, where did I buy that? Give me a sec. I think it was art beads. Don't quote me. Yes, art beads. This one. It's $3.99. Because I wanted gold. I bought this at the same time as I bought my bead crochet thread, like specifically for bead crochet. Oh, chat, let me type in chat. My chat is broken. Not you guys, but like my ability. Streamlabs is being a butt. Art beads, I found it at Art Beads. And I can't scroll up, so I missed something. I'm sorry. No, I'm good. Can I chat? Okay. It just glitched. There you go. That's the Miyuki branded bead thread that I purchased fairly recently. There you are, Raven. Dawn. And a big fuck you to that one person who tried to charge me for asking a question about how they did a multi-strand necklace closure. What? Okay. Like, I don't know. Well, that's kind of a weird gray area though, because learning a stitch and like, I don't know, that one's a hard call for me. Because to me, that would be something you could make a tutorial about, is whatever it is that she did for a certain necklace piece thing. I don't know. Like, that's iffy, but I also don't know the rest of the context of this story, so I can't really tell you one way or the other, Dawn. So wrong. It really depends on what the piece in question was and what Dawn was asking and whether it was, I don't know. Oh, they answered it and then tried to charge you afterwards? Okay. That's weird. Like, that's what? Okay, that's the strange part. I don't even know what to think now. Like, the warp thread has loops and you can tighten them to only have 2 end threads. Oh, that's called waning, I believe. W-A-I-N-I-N-G. But you have to be you're probably talking, like Erin Simonetti does it a lot, and the Rick's bead loom is kind of set up to do that automatically. I don't do that. I don't do that because you always have, anytime you're working on the loom, you always have the possibility of accidentally, I'm going to try to do it on purpose. Oh, that's what I have. This thread is too good. And my needle's too blunt. And this is why I use upholstery thread instead of others. There we go, I got it. Okay. So you see how I've spliced this thread? So there's thread on either side of my needle. This is called splicing a thread. I can't move it. It gets stuck. You can accidentally do this while you're looming and pulling the threads through like that from one end to another over and over and over again to not have warp threads at the end. Sounds like a good idea, and it is, but only if you haven't done this. If you've done this, you're kind of screwed. Even once, you can be screwed. Unless you very, very, very carefully cut certain threads or fibers, it can really fuck up your piece. So I don't do that. I don't even like the loops showing around the edges anyway. And I know some of these get covered up by bracelet clasp ends, but some of them don't. And I don't like loops of thread showing around the edges like that. I also don't like loops of thread showing when people decrease in their brick stitch. It's like, there are other ways to do that, guys. I know it takes a couple more seconds, but it looks much cleaner in the end. But that's just more of an advanced thing, you know. Beginner me, brick stitching. Yes, I did do that thing. Have done it in the past, am guilty, moved on. Yeah. Yeah, Dawn wasn't happy. Oh, I bet. I'll freely share that info to anyone else who asks. That's how I feel about the whole looming bit thing, because I was trying to learn a technique from a certain somebody who kicked me out of their group for being too broke of a college student to afford a clasp. That happened. Immortel knows who I'm talking about. It's a technique. It shouldn't be bought or sold. Right. Kind of like a recipe. Recipes are not copyrightable, actually. Neither are fashion clothing designs. Did you know that? Nothing in the fashion industry is copyrightable. Like, brand names are attached to things and that's why they sell, but like the whole fashion industry, you can't copyright like a dress design. I wish jewelry was like that. It'd be so much easier. Or I wish the beading world had that mentality. It'd be so much easier. All I wanted to know is how they got 3 crimp toots on one jump ring. Yeah, that's kind of tricky. I don't know. Just wanted to know if they closed the tube before crimping or after. I don't even know the connection you're talking about, so I couldn't even tell you, but that's weird. It's crazy. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry. My brother came in. It's okay. It was just weird entirely. I do that a lot with Nymo. Splice, yeah. On the loom, yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Raven. And what Immortel is asking is when someone takes it off the loom and pulls from one end to the other to make the loop on this end go close, and then take the next warp thread and pull it this way, and then the next one and pull it this way, and you know, you have very little showing over here, and then your threads come through the work as you pull through. But it doesn't work if you spliced. Fuck you, Ceylon, for making it easy to splice the threads. Rainstorm, hello again. Are you enjoying my watermelons? I had to. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I still do that with brick stitch. Oh, yeah. Oh, the decreasing? You know, but if you're still in like the beginning learning stages, you've only learned 1 or 2 methods. There are, I kid you not, at least 6 methods of decreasing brick stitch. There's a lot out there. And I've seen other people come up with weird other inventive ways to decrease and increase both in brick stitch. So, like, if you haven't progressed far or practiced long enough, you know, you may not have encountered a way to do it, you know? And that's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's just something I don't like seeing in my own work, so I never do it. That's just me and my own quality thing. Yeah. Even. That is how they can have patterns at the fabric stores. Exactly. All those patterns, not copyrighty. Spider. Oh, you think you're funny. You think you're funny. Yeah, before Spidergate even happened, like, people all over the place being like that. I've seen that. Yeah. The decrease. Where did you find the Miyuki thread? Oh, okay. Yeah, you left the room. Here it is again. Boop. Art Beads. I bought that one specifically. It works pretty good, actually. Oh, I think I was talking about it in Discord, right? Miyuki thread is this guy. Let me find it. It looks the same size as a KO spool. But it is not KO. It does not act like KO. It does not act like Sono or Hana or Wenji. It is its own thing. Miyuki doesn't splice easily, which is nice. That's very good. I'm currently using Nymo. which frays. Nymo frays, 1G frays. Miyuki does not fray as bad as those. With extended use, it will start to fray a little bit. It has the resilient bounce of Sono and Hana thread, which is super cool. I've been using these to assemble kaleidocycles. I have no problems with it so far. It feels sturdy. It doesn't feel like it's going to snap on the hinges of those, so we'll see what happens. Mine and Raven's are going to be the first ones assembled with the Miyuki thread. It also, the one bad thing I can say that it does is right off the spool when you're working with it, it twists. It will twist a lot, and you'll have to like untwist it a few times, but because it twists, it has this weird little slippery tendency to make knots out of nowhere. Like you're beating along just fine, and then suddenly the next stitch you pull through and it's a knot. And you're like, why did this happen to me? So overall, recommend it. The knots are a bit weird and hard to get untangled if they do happen to you, but that's not much to be bad. So it's overall a good thread. $3.99 is about right. It seems on par, maybe slightly less than what you'd pay for a spool of KO. Yeah. Rain. I need to learn how to decrease and increase with peyote so I can make shapes, because I've seen some froggy boys I want to make pins from. I would recommend you not even make them in peyote stitch. I would recommend you make them in brick stitch. It is so much easier to increase and decrease. Peyote stitch would be great for geometric shapes, but organic shapes, I would always tend to go for brick stitch instead. It's easier. Just trust me. Dawn, be right back. All right. Boop. Thank you. You're welcome, Raven. Ooh, gold cord. I may need that. Ceylon frays. Ceylon frays really well, but you know where you can use it? You can use Ceylon for what I'm doing right now, for looming back and forth. You're just going back and forth. You're not making any weird turns. You're not going through beads at weird, funny angles. It works just fine with Della because I haven't recently used Ceylon with anything else. I would not use it with crystals. That would cut the thread immediately. That's what would happen. Yeah, Ceylon is good for the weft thread of loom work. The warp threads too, but I still prefer the thickness of the upholstery thread. That's just my personal preference since I've been doing it for so long. Ceylon would be good for wefts. I guarantee that. It's just fine. There's not a lot of heavy damage being done to beading thread when you're just doing this, literally going back and forth. No heavy damage. And this is nylon. Nymo. They're all nylon, guys. They're all made out of nylon. This is Nymo. So it has not frayed at all in the time I've been live. So Raven, I didn't find that the 1G I used did not fray too much. Not too. It can. I think 1G, it really depends on the color. A lot of times the color can affect how brittle a thread is. Like it really can. Dawn, fuck you, Ceylon. Okay. I feel that way too, but my colors are so pretty, I have to have them. So maybe stretch it a bit, yeah. To get the kinks out. I think so, yeah, maybe. I don't pre-stretch any of my threads because I'm just lazy. It doesn't really seem to affect much of anything. They always tell you to, but nah. Meh. I find every thread does that. Frays or like knots. Yeah, all the threads are gonna fray. Some more than others. Oh great, I get knots without help. That is the one downside that I found, is the Miyuki thread will knot randomly and out of nowhere. But that has a lot to do with the fact that it twists up. And so twist management is going to be your biggest problem with it. If you're looming, I don't think it's as big a problem. But as far as off loom weaving, you might encounter twisty issues. Can confirm. Pearl made my logo into a needle minder with brick stitch. I did make it with brick stitch. I gave you the pattern too. Ooh. True. But I still don't like Ceylon. I don't either. I'm going to use up what I have because I have it, but I'm never buying it again. So I still have plenty of several colorful things to work with as I'm looming, but that's about it. I don't have red. I already used that. I have purple, blue, green, light green, another blue, black. That's going to be my last resort black, though. Blech. Help, I have the sleepy suddenly. I know that feeling, dude. I know that feeling. I pre-stretched the elastic cord I used in bracelets. Like, that's a reason to pre-stretch, for sure. But I don't think it's necessary with beading thread. Like, I've never noticed that it was necessary. Also, every thread knots every time, regardless. Indeed, all threads knot. It's just part of the game. That's why Fred sticks close. Oh yeah, pattern, I definitely still have it and absolutely didn't get lost in the shuffle between hard drives. Also, it's in our Discord communications, Dawn. It's in your direct messages. That's where I sent it to you. You can just search for it again and find it. Don't forget, anytime I need to reference anything I've talked to anybody else about in DMs, I'm like, oh yeah, what was happening in that conversation? Let me just search for that. Oh, I forgot. It was right there. You're welcome. Also, do we need to have a hard drive sorting party? Because I need some motivation to like get mine all sorted out. It takes me so long. So long. No! I've been streaming for 4 hours, guys. What you know? How'd that happen? I got up to 21 viewers. What? Who did that? Who gave me double-digit viewers? What? All right. Thank you. No. What? Yeah, right. For those of you who haven't noticed, I'm actually streaming in art today, just as an experiment. I have broken the teens and viewers. Well, who did that? I didn't do it. Anyway. Hello, peoples. All right. I'm at the end of this watermelon. This is the last bit of this guy on the left here. This piece is coming along nicely, but I do need to get up and stretch and go exist about my day for the rest of the night. I'll probably come back to the desk and finish much faster weaving these off stream tonight so I can have them ready for Saturday morning for the Watermelon Fest at the farmer's market. Ta-da! I did notice that. Thought it was odd. Not me. Khajiit is innocent of this crime. Lol. You guys are fun. You guys are funny. Who should we raid? I don't know who's live right now. Let me find out. Hiccup. Oh, I know. Do you guys want to see cute things? I think we know the answer to this question. Always cute things. Oh, now I'm torn. Did not know Hawk was live. Dang. I'm gonna keep with the cute thing, I think, because she's more of a chill streamer I know. So cute, thanks. I don't know what game Hawk is playing, and I'm at the chill part of my night. Just thank you, though. Thank you. Okay. Let me get to my raid screen. Kiuichii. Kiuichi, I want to say is the way you pronounce this. Found her recently the other night. She was needle felting at the time. She looks like she's doing some digital art today. But it's just a very, very nice, chill, adorable stream. This will be the second time I've seen her, so I haven't seen her do digital art, just the needle felting the other night. I couldn't sleep. Couldn't sleep on Friday night, and so I woke up to watch a needle felter. Have a good night, everyone. Raven, good night. Happy I could hang out with you all. I'm happy you guys could all be here with me. So glad. It was fun. Okay. Still need ideas for a raid call because I'm ready to set one up. Just so you know. Bye, Queen Home Slice. Love you too. Miss your face. Other puns. All right. Let's beat you later. Let's go. Because it's kind of like they're going, like they're in their property. Hello, Vanishing Pearl. Hey, what's going on, Vanishing Pearl? You got gifted a sub. What's going on? How was your stream? What were you streaming? Were you creating? Were you making? You did? Yeah. Looks like you were gifted a sub. I think by my mom? I think my mom gifted you a sub. Watermelon bracelets looming? That's sick. That's so cool. If you want, if you could show me, I'd love to see it in my Discord. Like, if you want to post it. If it's a whip or whatever. I'd love to see it. That sounds really cool. But hello. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Did you get a lot done?